Hello guys, how are you doing? It's your boy Dave Partner. OpenSea is the world's largest NFT collection, and we are in this time and age where NFT technology as a whole is still new. So the market is still young and fresh for you to enter and dominate. So in this course, we are going to be teaching you how to build your own NFT marketplace like OpenSea. This course is for software engineers who wish to build a marketplace, but this time around for selling NFT collections. Now, this is going to involve a whole lot of blockchain development, and then we're going to use Next.js, which is a framework for React.js, and React is a framework for JavaScript. All right. Okay, so here is what OpenSea looks like. It's a regular. Just see it like as an like an Amazon. All right, Amazon for NFTs. All right, so if you click explore, you see all these market NFTs in the marketplace. So anybody could click and purchase. So anybody could create their own account and upload their own NFTs. All right, people could create their account, upload their own NFTs, and then now at the top here you have navigation categories. All right, and so this tutorial is gonna be one of the first in the world to teach how to build this kind of marketplace. All right, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share. So what you have to do now is click the red subscribe button below and subscribe to this channel. All right, then you turn on the notifications and set it to all so that once I upload any new video, you'll be the first to get a notification. Now, if you are looking for your own crypto platforms to build, instead of building all of them from scratch, I already have a link in the description section for you to get scripts already written that you can just download and upload to your cPanel, buy your own domain name, and you're good to go. If you are interested in launching your own NFT marketplace, we have already made designs, all right? And this is just one of them. As you can see, it has it's similar to OpenSea, but this is your own design, right? This was built with JavaScript, HTML, CSS, and Bootstrap. All right, so you can just go download it. Even if you're not a software developer, all right, you can just hire a software developer to edit it for you. As you can see, NFTs are already listed. This is just a design. All right, this is just one of the designs. So if you check in the link below this video, you will see you'll see lists of links to different designs that you can just go click and go get it. All right, and then integrate it to whatever we're doing in this course. All right, thank you very much. Let's start. So guys, first things first, we have to install Next.js, but know that we have a Telegram group where we teach crypto. You can join it in the description section below. The link is there. So we have to install Next.js. Don't worry if you don't know how to code Next.js, it's perfectly fine. All right, so if you search Google for install Next.js, all right, it will show you this link. Click this, and then you see getting started, and you can either install it through npx or yarn. So if you don't have yarn, you do npm install yarn. So just open your command prompt, npm install yarn, okay, or npm install -g yarn, like that. So install yarn, and make sure you have Node.js. If you have Node.js, then you can run this command, npx create next app. All right, then you have to name the app. So let's run. I'll do clear. So I'll do npx create -next app at latest. So this pulls the latest version, but now we have to give the folder a name, otherwise it will give it any name for it. Okay, but before then, make sure that you have Node.js installed. All right, now as a software developer, I expect you to have it. But in my Mac, I have a folder where I put all my softwares. All right, so I mean, if I type pwd, it shows me where I am. I am in users/Mac. So this folder is called projects. That's what I named it. So I'll cd into projects. Now I'm in projects. So if I type pwd, I'm in projects. So yours could be anywhere. Yours could be desktop, anywhere you normally put your projects. If you're on Windows, in my own case, I usually put my own in the www folder of my WAMP server. Okay, WAMP www. That's where I normally put it, or htdocs. Okay, of XAMPP. If I remember clearly, htdocs, something like this, htdocs folder. So that's where I put all my web projects. So in Mac, I just put it in my projects folder. So I'm in my projects folder now. I'll do npx create-next-app at latest. So this pulls the latest. Then we'll give it a name. I'll call it NFT, or let's call it OpenSea clone. Okay, OpenSea clone, whatever. Hit enter. Make sure you have your internet, because this is going to take some data to download. A couple of MB to download and create your default Next app. Okay, so it's asking here, need to install the following packages. Alright guys, before we continue, I just want to let you know that if you are looking for already made scripts instead of writing this whole thing by yourself, we have already written scripts and a website, completely built platforms for launching your own cryptocurrency in minutes. Okay, so you download our script, you buy a domain name and the hosting, and you upload it there, and you're ready. Alright, everything is already working perfectly. So I'm just going to quickly show you one of the scripts we have. The rest, you can get them in the link below. Alright, there's a link below. Even plugins for your WordPress platforms and mobile apps for your crypto platforms, we've done all that for you. So if you want to launch your own cryptocurrency right away, just use the link below and you will get this. So we have this one. I'm going to show you has an admin demo. There's a customer demo for your customers to come and buy your tokens. All right, and then there's a website where they will see details of your token before buying it. Okay, so and of course you can test out the demo and be sure before you buy, but follow the link below and get it. So I'm going to quickly show you through this. The first one is the landing page where your customers land and then they see that you're selling your token. So everything already done. So the name of your token already done, everything. Okay, how many days, minutes, hours remaining for you to sell, the page, token team, details, blog, contact page. They can log in or register or read your white paper. All right, and the whole page already set up. You just have to edit these numbers and set it to yours, change these write-ups. Okay, so once they click login or register, they land on the customer demo page, and then there's an admin page. So let me show you through the admin page. So look at the admin dashboard. Everything here, there is KYC. Users can upload their international passport, their driver's license for identity purpose, so that you can be in compliance with the laws of many countries. There is a two-factor authentication. All right, you can lodge your ICO, do some settings, website settings. There's referral program, so that once your ICO launches, people can refer their friends and gain more of your coins and tokens. There's a mailing list settings, multiple payment methods, so many different, even credit card. Okay, and then there's an API for this that you can use for your mobile apps. I told you there are mobile apps and a whole lot of things. There you can use multiple languages, so you can launch your token in many different countries at the same time. Now you can monitor transactions and how many Ethereum has been spent in your platform, and a whole lot of things. You can monitor them, and total number of users. Okay, how many users came last week and signed up, amount collected. Okay, this is 5 point something million. You can see everything here. How many in Litecoin? You can use so many different cryptocurrencies. You can accept so many cryptocurrencies as payment methods. Okay, then you can accept fiat, which is your regular USD. People can pay you using USD, Euro, or GBP. Okay, everything done here, everything already working perfectly. Okay, you don't need to hire a developer. Now, if you don't know how to host your own website, then you can hire a developer or reach out to me. I'll put my WhatsApp number in the description section below. Just click on it and then reach out on WhatsApp. Once you have got this script, make sure you already have this script. Okay, everything you have got it, and you have it ready, then I can set it up for you. Okay, so let's get back to what we were doing. So don't forget to like, subscribe, and turn on notifications on this channel. Create next applet is okay to proceed. I press Y to proceed, and like I said, don't worry if you don't know how to use if you've never coded React or never coded Next.js, don't worry. This is going to be a complete beginner tutorial. We're done. The very next step we should take is to come back to Google and say how to install Yarn. Assuming you don't have Yarn already, it's like the alternative to npm, because you could use npm to do all that. So you do npm install -- global Yarn. All right, make sure you do that. And to be sure that Yarn is in your system, you type yarn -- version. So if I come here, I'll say yarn -- version. Okay, hit enter, and it shows me my version. That means Yarn is installed. All right, now we'll go ahead and install the dependencies. There are about 5 to 10 different dependencies we need to be able to build this project. So it's better we install it right now at the beginning. Okay. All right, but first we need to cd into our project. If I type ls from this folder, you will see that we have NFT Marketplace, all right, that we just created with Next.js. So I'll do cd nft is it NFT Marketplace or OpenSea clone? Okay, cd OpenSea -clone. That's just what we created just now. So now I'm in the OpenSea clone. So if I say ls, you will see that this is a node. It has a node modules folder, and basically this is a Next.js file. So now we have to install about 5 to 10 dependencies that we need for this course. Now let's do the interesting installation. So I'll type clear just to make sure that I'm on a new screen for you so that you can see it. So we'll do yarn add, okay, headers, and then hat, okay. Then add nomic labs. So instead of us using truffle, right, we're using hat, okay, -waffle. So this is hat waffle that we are installing. Make sure that your spellings are correct. Space, okay, and then we go to Ethereum -waffle, and then we install chai. Chai is for testing. Then we install nomic labs /hat-ethers. Okay, then web3 modal at open zeppelin /contracts IPFS /http /client. Okay, access. So this is going to help us with image upload, all right, because of NFTs will involve some image file uploads. This is Open Zeppelin. They already have contracts, all right. They have written a bunch of codes, a bunch of traditional standard smart contract codes that we can use, all right. They are reusable and they are free, all right. So instead of us writing our smart contract from scratch, we just inherit from their classes and then we add ours. So Web3 modal will help prompt the user to choose MetaMask when they want to make a transaction. So I hit enter. Make sure you have your internet connection, and after a few seconds, this should complete installation. Done. Next move is to install something that will help us with the CSS design. All right. I could install Bootstrap, but I prefer Tailwind. All right. So you type yarn add. Tailwind is just like Bootstrap, and don't worry if you have never coded Tailwind. It's way simpler than Bootstrap and way more powerful. Way more powerful. So CSS at latest. So we're looking for the latest version, and post CSS at latest, and then auto prefixer. Okay, auto prefixer at latest. Then we hit enter. So wait for a few seconds, and then that will install. Then after the installation, we'll configure our Tailwind command, and then I'll quickly take you through Tailwind. So here we'll do npx tailpx Tailwind CSS. All right, Tailwind CSS init -p. Hit enter. Wait a few seconds, and it does something interesting. It creates an interesting file for us. This is the second one, but this is the first one, tailwind config.js. Now, before we get into the configuration, let us look at what Tailwind is for a second or two. Okay, so Tailwind, like I told you, is just like it's just like Bootstrap, Twitter Bootstrap. So if you have ever coded Bootstrap, then that's what Tailwind is. But Tailwind is like Bootstrap on steroids. So if you click Tailwind CSS, you can get to their site. You'll see that it's identical to Bootstrap site. So you see, it's just for designing HTML, and then you just insert the Tailwind classes. All right. The thing is that Tailwind has way more classes than Bootstrap, so you can do crazy stuff. Look at this. This guy is doing rounded corner, which you can't do in Bootstrap. Okay, you have to use CSS. So if you're coding Tailwind, you never have to write your own CSS because it has everything. So if you click on Documents, Docs, right, you will see the documentation, and if you scroll through, you will see everything that you would see in Bootstrap documentation. All right, cards, utility, whatever. You see, it has everything. But you have to approach it from the perspective that this is an alternative to CSS, not really alternative to Bootstrap. So they have everything you need in CSS. So how to change text color, how to align, how to, you know, and then they have components. Okay, so components, like here, you can click here and see components. So the key thing I wanted you to see is the installation. All right. So if you click here, you'll see so many things they have designed: pricing section, header section, feature screen, just like Bootstrap has components. Okay, so that's basically what Tailwind is. But before we even do the configuration, if you click on installation, you'll see that there are many ways to install it. This is what we just did now. Okay, Tailwind init. All right, and then we'll go do this configuration. Okay, and then whatever else. But there is a CDN way of doing that. You can also find it. Look at Play CDN, and then you just copy the CDN at this CDN. See, put it at the head section, and you're good to go. All right, in case you ever need that. But for this, for the purpose of this project, we'll be doing our configurations from the command prompt. All right, is to open this project in our code editor and start writing codes. All right, so I use VS Code. So in case you don't know what VS Code is, it's a code editor like any other code editor. So you just go to Google and type download VS Code. Download VS Code. Okay, so and then you install it. It's free. It's built by Microsoft, I believe, and it's totally free. Download the one for your system. Okay, I'm using Mac, so I'll download this, which I already have. So now we are going to get to it. Now, if you're using Windows and install it, you need to close this command prompt and restart it. Okay, make sure you navigate into the folder you're working with. Same with Mac. All right. With Mac, make sure you drag, after installation, make sure you drag the application into your applications folder. You need to drag the VS Code into your applications folder, because if you don't do that, this command line command I want to do will not work. Okay, so now I'm inside my OpenSea clone. I'll do code space dots, hit enter, and this will open VS Code for this inside this folder. All right, so if this command doesn't work for you, then you have to manually do that, like open your VS Code and use the file menu to navigate to this folder. All right, now we have it. Everything we need for a start is installed, and the very first thing we're going to do is go to styles, go to global CSS, and override everything. So global CSS, what is this? Workspace has opened in different case, close, cancel. Okay, so I will expand this. Good. Now we don't need any of this, so just Control A, delete. Okay, now we're going to import the CSS from Tailwind. Okay, Tailwind. In case you don't know, if you have not coded Tailwind before, once you import Tailwind, it overrides a lot of things. Right, your H1 tags, it has a different design for it. Your body tags has a different design for it. So it's best to start a project from the beginning with Tailwind. So Tailwind components. So we need the components, and at last we need Tailwind utilities. Utilities. Okay. Tailwind utilities. Good. Now we need to set up Solidity here so that we can start writing smart contracts. So we need something to help us set up the basic files, all right, so that we don't write too much code. And we're going to use hardhat. Now, if you've coded with Truffle before, just know that the hardhat is the equivalent to Truffle. Okay, so we go to a command prompt, make sure we are still inside our folder, and run npx, okay, hardhat. Hit enter. It's going to ask us what kind of project we want to set up. Okay, then we can answer it, all right? So it said create basic project, create an advanced sample project, create an advanced sample project that uses TypeScript, and create an empty hardhat config. So the first one is selected. You can use your arrow key up and down to select, but I'll leave it at the first one. Hit enter, and then the next question should come in a few seconds, and then we answer that and it will create the project for us. So it said hardhat root. So it's asking us here whether it should create the hardhat inside this. We say yes. And then it says, do you want to add a .gitignore? We say yes. And then help us improve hardhat with an anonymous crash report. And basically said, oh, well, for doing something free, yes. Okay, so project has been created. You see, project created. Congrats so far for getting to this point. Let's configure hardhat. Okay, so if you click on hardhat config.js, all right, you'll see that a lot of configurations have been done here and a lot of comments here. So for me, the first, I just want to hide this, okay? Just, I'll press command ? Okay? So commented it out. We don't need it actually. All right. So apart from that, every other thing is fine. We have require Anomic Labs or hardhat waffle. Now, one of the first things to do when you're working on a new environment in your VS Code is to add extensions. So you look for extensions that could help. So first of all, we're going to look for, if I click here, we're going to look for extensions that will help us write smart contracts. And the first one is Solidity. So if you type Solidity, we'll see extensions, okay? So mine wouldn't install, but yours could install. So if I click Solidity, okay, it should install. Mine usually fails, okay? Make sure you have that. And then the next thing you would want to install is you look for hardhat and see whether there is something for hardhat for us. And nothing about hardhat. Now the next one we're going to look for is Tailwind. Okay, Tailwind. And I bet there will be. So you see Tailwind CSS, something on Tailwind. So I will click and install Tailwind. So these things will help us write our code better and faster. Now, one thing I want you to take note of, if we go back to Explorer here, go back to hardhat config, you want to take note of the Solidity version that I'm using. So in case you ever you do exactly what I'm doing and you sort of get some error, all right, it's probably because of the Solidity version, all right? All right. The things we need is called Polygon Network, and the next one is called Infura. So let's look at what a Polygon Network is. So you Google it, it says Polygon Network is a side chain for increased capacity and lower costs, written by Seb. Okay, Polygon is a protocol and framework for connecting Ethereum-compatible blockchains. Polygon also operates a hybrid proof-of-stake and plasma sidechains. You see? So in a way, we're going to see this as Binance Smart Chain sort of, because there's Polyscan too, all right? So here, we're going to just type Polygon Network so that we get to their site. I want to show you something. So Polygon Network, polygon.technology, that's their website. If you click on developers, don't click any of this, just click on developers. All right, we're looking for their proof of chain. Okay, so we click proof of chain. Proof of stake, right? POS, all right? So click on that, and then there is a whole lot of documentation, but what we're looking for is network details and network. And then here you see that they have two, a testnet and a mainnet, all right? Testnet is when we're still building our platform, we push to the testnet and we use it to test everything. But when we're satisfied that our code works correctly and we want to take it live so that people can access it, now we push to the mainnet, okay? So if you come to the testnet, you see RPC endpoint. Okay, just like every other endpoint. Okay, so you have RPC we could use. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4. We could choose from any of the 4. okay? And then we have chain ID. This is it here. And the parent chain is Goerli. And here is, let me show you something. If you have MetaMask installed, MetaMask. If you don't know what MetaMask is, don't worry, okay? But if you know, I want to show you something on MetaMask. So we need a password. Don't ever forget your MetaMask password, otherwise your money will be gone. So I'm currently set on Ganache, just a personal kind of network I set up for something else. But I wanted to show you that you can access, Goerli is one of the test nets here. So they built a child chain out of it. All right. So you see, Goerli test network. So it's just a test network, but then there's a main net. You understand? Okay. So there's a little warning that says here, public RPCs may have traffic, okay, or rate limit depending on usage. You can sign up for a dedicated free RPC URL at the following, okay? Moralis, great company. I've done some tutorials on that. Infura, Alchemy, Chainstack, and so on. So we want to go for Infura, okay? So you have to go create an account in Infura. So Infura. Infura.io. If you're watching this from the future, just know that the design may have changed. So create an account in Infura and log in. So as you can see, I'm logged in now into Infura. So this is what your dashboard looks like. The first thing you want to do is to create a new project. Call your project anything, all right? Anything works. But then they give us this option of what kind of project we want to create. Okay, so I'll leave it empty for now, and I'll click here and say we want to create, what do we call that? NFT what? NFT OpenSea clone, okay? So you can call it anything, all right? Just something that you can remember. So we call ours OpenSea clone. Like I said, by the time you're watching this video in the future, their interface design may have changed, but one thing is that it's gonna really stay the same. Okay, it's gonna ask you for a name, and this red dot here means that name is compulsory, but the product is not compulsory. So I'll click create. I'm gonna pretend like I don't see this. Click create. Okay, click create. Why is it not clicking? Click create. It's not clicking. So I have to select. Most likely Ethereum. Click create. Okay, now creates. Okay, so you see endpoints. It's asking us whether we're deploying to the main net. Nope. We're looking for Polygon. You see? Polygon Mobile. That's what we're looking for. Remember Polygon Mobile, we're coming from here. The test net says Polygon mainnet, Polygon Mobile. So for testing, we need Polygon Mobile under Goerli network. Okay, so get back here. I'll select Polygon Mobile. But as you can see, they said it's an add-on. So we'll click here. Maybe they're going to add it for us. And boom. All right. So total request 100,000 per day, $0 per month. And what else? Everything's fine so far. So far, so good. All right. So first thing you notice is that there are different options. Developer 200,000 requests per day, $50 per month, and then 250. But we're using the free plan. Okay, it's a free plan. If you put your mouse here, it says Ethereum mainnet and testnets, 100,000 requests per day, 3 projects, and community support team. On the lower right corner, they are demanding that you have to use your credit card, even though it's free. Okay, and we're never going to exceed 100,000 requests. All right, until we go live and we'll have a lot of customers and you've made a lot of money. So that's the idea. So we can add our card, and remember, you can also remove your card at the end of the project. Okay, so but to pass this stage, we just need our card. All right. So we'll click this, and then you have to enter your credit card details. Entered my credit card. It's free. They did not charge me anything, and they won't charge until you exceed 100,000 requests. So it's safe to enter your credit card. But it doesn't mean you shouldn't remove it later on. Okay, so I'll click get started now. Okay, you have successfully updated your subscription. Okay, so basically what we're looking for is the API endpoints that they need to give us. Okay, so everything done here. So now, if you come here and click on home, this is the home. You will see the project you created. I called mine OpenSea clone, and if we click on it, at the top right, you can see project settings. All right, project settings. So this is what we're looking for. So this is where we started, but this time around, if we click on mainnet again and scroll down, we'll see that Polygon Mobile has been added, and even the mainnet. All right. We click Polygon Mobile, and now it gives us this. All right. So we'll click here to copy it. That's the link we're looking for. That's why we entered our credit card. So now we can get back to our code. Before we do all that configuration using what we copied, we have to install MetaMask extension. So I'm using a Google Chrome browser, which I advise you should. So just search for MetaMask extension. All right, if you click on that, it's just a Google Chrome extension. So to pull up this place where you can install, see, I already have it installed, but you can install it, and then MetaMask will walk you through a registration process. You register, and then MetaMask is gonna give you about it's called mnemonic, okay, about 6 to 8 words. All right, 6 to 8 words. Make sure that you save those 8 words somewhere. Copy it down, because once you lose those 8 words, you can't recover your MetaMask password. Okay. Once it's done, MetaMask will be added to your browser, so you can access it from here. All right, this little icon. I'll pin mine. This is MetaMask, so I'll pin mine to the browser so I can always access it here. So if I click here, I can now see this is what MetaMask looks like. Okay. All right. So okay. So now this is a totally dummy account that I'm not using, but so I might expose my private key here, but just know that you shouldn't expose yours to anybody ever, otherwise they'll be able to steal your Ethereum. So you click here, make sure you set it to Ethereum mainnet. So set to Ethereum mainnet. So this little icon here, you click on it, you see account details. Then you say export private key. So this is the public key, but private key, it will ask you for a password just for security. So if you enter your password, it will expose your private key, all right? And then you copy it. Copied mine, and it says, so now I've copied mine, I can come to a file called .secret. So come here. We have to create a new file. First of all, you have to confirm that the file doesn't exist already. So you have .slint and then gitignore. So click new file, empty space. Or you just click here and say .secret. So it must be named .secret, or otherwise Hat won't find it. So .secret, and then here you just paste the key you copy, your private key. It's gonna look like this. All right, you just paste it that way, nothing else. So once you pasted, you save it, and that's it. All right. Then you come to Hat config and write the code I'm going to write now. Okay, so let's write some code. First things first, we'll come here and we have to import other things we need. The first thing we'll say const fs equal to require fs stands for file system. Okay, then secondly we'll do const private key. Okay, private capital letter key. Okay, equal to fs dot read file sync. Okay, read file sync and quotes, and then we'll do .secret. Okay, we're making reference to this secret file. Okay, so we're trying to read the content of the file and we'll convert it to string. Yes, to string. There. Oh, this is JavaScript, and then the project ID, say const, okay, project ID equal to quotes. So we have to go back and get our project ID from Infura. So if you come to Infura, did I just close something? But, okay, Infura, see, we have a project ID here. Just know that in reality, even your project secret shouldn't show it to anybody. All right. Okay. So, and then I think I'm in the wrong file here. Okay, and then this .secret, you need to include it in git ignore so that when you push to git, you don't mistakenly push that. All right, so somewhere here it does the separate so that it doesn't get pushed to GitHub, and then hackers will gain access to it. Okay, so here, where are we? We are supposed to be here. Okay, hat config. So we paste the project ID, and then we'll come here and start writing some codes. The first one here is that we have to define a variable called networks. I got it from Hardhat. Okay, so if we go to Hardhat documentation, Hardhat documentation. So you can, of course, read a lot, look at getting started and stuff. Okay, you can read a lot about setting up the environment and a whole lot of things inside documentation. Getting started. Okay, so the whole of this tutorial is not just to drive you deep into Hardhat, but so you see module exports, and then if you scroll down, you see all the configurations that you need. Okay, so that's where I'm getting all this. All right. So we're going back here, networks. So Hardhat. Okay, ports, and then another one, and then we go chain ID. The chain ID is what 1337. Okay, for Hardhat. If you come to Hardhat documentation, all right, where we were, and click on, there's an entire guide here, but if you click on reference, you'll see that chain ID, it's actually optional, but it said the chain ID number used by Hardhat's network blockchain, okay, it's used to verify transactions, but the default number here is 31337, so it kind of changed, so I'll leave it at 1337. If that doesn't work, we'll come back and change this to 31337. Okay, all right. So the next thing we're going to do, but the thing is that if this is not present, if it's not present, Hardhat will not do any transaction verification. It will ignore it. So it's an optional parameter. So we come here and say Mumbai. That's the name of the testnet we are working with. We say URL, and then we do. This ticker, there's a character above your tab key, left tab key. This is the character above your left tab key, and before the number 1 on your keyboard. All right. So we'll paste the Mumbai account, RPC account. So we'll get it from here. Here, this is what we're gonna paste. We'll copy this. Make sure your Polygon Mumbai is selected, and this is from Infura. Remember? The Infura we created, infura.io, okay? And then we'll come here, we'll paste it. All right. Now, it has something interesting. Look at 4FA. You see, that's the same thing with project ID, 4FA. So it has the project ID. So we could leave it this way, or we could write some JavaScript and put $sign. This is how you add a variable in JavaScript, and then we'll do project ID. This project ID. So since they are the same, we'll just put it. So the URL contains the project ID, so we'll just put it there. Just optionally put comma accounts, and then we'll leave this empty for now. Then we add the parameters for the mainnet. Because I'm lazy, I'm just gonna copy this and paste here, and instead of this, I'll do mainnet, okay? All right, make sure it has double N here. And then the URL, we know where to get it. It's gonna be mainnet instead of Mumbai, mainnet. But in case you're not sure, you just come here and instead of Polygon Mumbai, scroll down, select Polygon mainnet. You see that it's the same. Up to this point, it's the same. The only difference between this and the other one is the mainnet word, okay? So we have the mainnet sorted out, and then every other thing looks okay. So here, make sure there's a comma here, right? I'm gonna close this empty space. Good. So now we have all this sorted out. Just cross check, make sure that everything checks out properly. The Eth account we are supposed to be dealing with is the private key. Okay, the private key. Remember the private key we had in, so I'm copying it, right? The private key we had in this .secret file. So that's what we're going to put here. So I'll just put a private key here and private key. All right. So right now, if you look at this, you see that Hardhat installed a folder for us for contracts where we're going to write our smart contracts. And if you see here, it says grader.sol, and it has written a basic smart contract for us. So we don't need it. All right, we're going to delete it. But before we delete it, let's create our own. Call it nft.sol. And then we'll create another one. Right click again, new file. Click NFT market.sol or crowdfunding, whatever. That's all. Okay, so we've created two. For some reason, my editor is hanging, taking forever to create a file. All right. First, I told you that we're gonna delete this file, but before we delete it, we need to do something. So we just copy this. All right. These two lines, you need to have it at the top of every file. So we'll come to NFT console and paste. NFT marketplace, we'll paste. Okay, save. Now we can delete this. So I'm going to explain the two lines if you've never seen them. All right. If you've never written smart contract before, what you have to know is that this file has to define the license. All right. You have to say whether your code is like MIT license. So I'm gonna change mine to MIT license. Okay. You can leave it on license. So Solidity has to know. Otherwise there will be an error. Then Pragma, you have to tell it the version of the compiler. So basically the version of Solidity you're writing. Okay. So as you can see, we have Solidity 0.8.0. Now, if you look here, okay, see Solidity 0.8.4. So there could be a little conflict, but we did something smart too. If you look here, we said this top arrow, this caret, okay, it's the key. If you hold Shift and the number 6 on your keyboard, that's the key. So it says anything above. This is 0.8.0 and above. All right. So we can start writing. I could also change it to 4, but it's okay this way. So remember OpenZeppelin that we talked about, that we installed. Okay, so first of all, I'm going to import one file, then I'll show you what it is. Okay, so here we are going to import OpenZeppelin. Okay, /contracts /token /ERC 721. Somebody should do an extension for OpenZeppelin so that we don't have to type this thing manually. /ERC 721.sol. So now what you have to understand is that ERC20 is the normal Ethereum, okay, your normal smart contract, but then there's ERC721, that is for NFTs, since we're building a platform for NFTs. So what OpenZeppelin did is that they have already built written custom codes, and they put it in the node modules folder. So if we go to our node modules folder, when we installed OpenZeppelin, so in node modules, if we look for OpenZeppelin, you see that it came with a lot of codes. So if we look here and say OpenZeppelin contracts, so if we come to contracts, we're already in contracts. Once you open OpenZeppelin, it opens contracts. We look for token. You see they have ERC20, ERC721, ERC777, and this is the latest ERC115. Okay, so these are codes that they have written. If we open ERC721, you see that they have extensions, presets, utils, but look at what we're looking for. We're looking for ERC721 code. If I click on it, you'll see that these guys have written a smart contract to handle NFTs. Isn't this amazing? So we just have to inherit it. So you have to see a smart contract like a class. See, it's declared like a class. And instead of doing extends, okay, that like you will write in normal other programming languages, you write is. Okay, ERC721 is context, so it extends all these other contracts. Okay, so they have written a lot of functions. Look at this. For instance, this one says support interface. This one says balance of, to check balance of your NFT account, owner of, who owns the account, name, and so on. So they have done all this. So if we want to write our own contract, we don't need to write all this code. Look at how big it is. We don't need to write all this. We just inherit and extend the class. So that is number one thing we've done here. Open Zeppelin /contracts /token /ERC20, and then put colon. Now before we want to continue, I want to open Zeppelin website, okay, so that we can see their documentation. Open Zeppelin, we'll click on that. You see, developing smart contracts, very important. That's where I'm going to. So this is Open Zeppelin, and of course, if you're looking for a job when you become a developer like me, you can apply here. So you see contracts, Solidity library. Look at this, a library of reusable and secure smart contracts. And look at this one, a platform to automate smart contract operation. They have this, okay. So if we click this, we will see the getting started page. Getting started. Okay, so once you click on getting started, so look at this. It's something to scan through. Look at, we are writing ERC721. And we've already done this. Look at this says npm install Open Zeppelin. We've done that, and this is an example. They're giving you a sample usage, which we just did. All right, and then we'll write more code about the NFT. See, so it is very secure. And if we click on 721, so you'll see the more you click, the more you see more things. For instance, look at this one. This one says creating a supply. You will see the code constructing an ERC721 token, which is exactly what we want to do now. You see, so this is the small code we are going to write. The bulk of the code has been written by them. All right, now you know this. Let's write this. I could copy this, but I just want to type it out manually. But that's exactly what we need to do. So come here. Don't forget to subscribe to this channel if this is the first time. So I wouldn't know why it's throwing this error. File import callback not supported. Why? Not found. Are we making a mistake? Open Zeppelin contracts token. I think we're right. So let's continue. Sometimes you could just see some of these errors in code. So if you want to learn smart contract development, once you have gone past the basics, you should learn Open Zeppelin, because that's what's going to make it super duper easy for you to write contracts. So we'll do contracts /token ERC721, okay, /extensions. Remember where we are. Okay, we're tracing to something. We're already here, /extensions, and there we'll see all this. So extensions /ERC721 URI. That's this guy, URI storage. So remember, we're going to be storing files. So they already have .sol. They already have code for us storing files. So we do the same thing. I'll do Ctrl+C, Ctrl+V because I'm lazy. Alright, so we do the same thing. We get up till contracts. Delete this, and then we'll do utils /counters. So this helps you to count. They have written code for you to count, like if you want to increment files and all. So now we're good. Next step is to define a contract. So I'll say contract. We'll call it anything, but usually it's just like defining a class, and by convention you want the name of the class to also be the name of the smart contract. Look at the file. The file is named nft.sol, so the name of the contract should also be NFT. Just convention. Doesn't mean you can't name your contract anything. So we have to extend this guy here. ERC720. So we'll say is ERC720 storage. So we'll do like this. All right. And then say using counters, okay? For counters.counter. Okay, like I said, you can always make reference to their documentation to read about these things. So you do counters.counter private _ token IDs. Okay, so we're trying to write our first smart contract. We're trying to do an auto increment field. Okay, so so that for each token, so I'll comment here auto increment field for each token. So we'll create, let's say the first token is created. All right, the second token will, the first token will have an ID of 1, second token ID of 2, like that. So also why this is throwing an error is because we're supposed to put an @ sign here, @ sign. For some reason my eye skipped it, so that is why it's throwing that error. Okay, so now we're going to start here. All right. Also, I made a mistake here. Instead of Zeppelin, I put Open Zeppelin. Okay, Open Zeppelin. All right, good. So now it can find the files. So and of course here we don't have an error, but it's okay and normal for it to be underlined as if there is an error, right? So now we have done the auto increment ID. Now another thing is that in smart contracts there are 2 ways to add comments. If you're adding a comment for internal use, like the person writing the code to be able to read the comments, you just use the normal commenting system, which is /. But if you want the comments to be readable from some other app, let's say your Web3.js to be able to read the comments, you have to use 3 /. Look at this. 3 /, do 1, 2, 3. You give space, and then you put an @ sign. Then you tell it what type of comment. For instance, the developer should. All right. Then you enter whatever it is, auto increment field for. So the developer will figure this out. Another thing you can do is 1, 2, 3. You do param. In case of a function, you do @param. In the event of writing a function, then you mention what each parameter is and describe it. So let's say the first parameter is age. So @param age. You can say age of the young boy. Okay. Secondly, you do 1, 2, 3. @param. Okay, you do gender. Okay, gender of the young boy, like that. Okay, then your function will now be like this. Let's say Dave or get boy. All right. So for instance, so your function will be get boy, and it will have the param age, gender. I hope you understand now. All right, like this. So this is how you put comments, and then if you don't know what to call the comments, if you do 1, 2, 3, you can just do @notice. @notice, then you start writing notice. Say whatever, maybe describing the function. So in this case, I'm just writing this comment for your internal use for when you go to GitHub to get this document. All right. So I'm using just $./. All right, now we need to have an address for the marketplace, okay, the NFT marketplace. So say this is the type, the way you have int, bool, you know. So address is a type in smart contract. So address, we call it contract address. Okay, so we define the variable contract address and we call it address. Here we define a variable that can only be accessed from within this contract. That's why we call it private instead of public. And then the variable is of the type counters.counter. Okay, all right. So here we are just importing counters for counters.counter so that we can use it. All right. Okay, so I'll try and comment these things out so it will be easy. Comment them so it will be easy for you to understand. Okay, when you are pulling my code. Okay, remember to join my Telegram group, my crypto classroom on Telegram. All right, it's called Crypto Classroom in Telegram. Okay, Crypto Classroom. Okay, in Telegram. All right. Okay, so we're good. Now, I think the link will be there too. Let me even put the link here. Crypto Classroom will be https t.me/techjobs That's what it is, the Telegram group. That's where you'll learn more about crypto, and it's free. So here, contract address, good. Let's go ahead. Now we're going to create a constructor. Like in every class, there's a function that must run whenever you instantiate that class, right? Whenever you make reference to that class, the function must run. In smart contracts, it's called the constructor, okay? And that's the name you must call it. In Python, for instance, you have to call it underscore init underscore, all right? So if you're coming from a Python background, so here you have constructor, okay, address, marketplace. So we want anytime this function, this class, what do you call it, this contract NFT is being called, we want the person to pass in the address that they want of the marketplace, and then ERC20, ERC721. Okay, here is an interesting question, something we never thought of. What do we call our tokens? Okay, or what name should it be? I would say, since my name is Dave Partner, call it Partnerverse tokens. Okay, Partnerverse tokens. All right, and then what could be the short name for it? We'll call it Partnerverse tokens. Okay, does it make sense? PNVT. Okay, Partnerverse tokens. Okay, I have to minimize this a little so you can see Partnerverse tokens. So in smart contract development, this is called a modifier. Okay, basically this is also another function somewhere. And where is it? It is inside here. And another function inside here that must run before this one can run. So this function must run and return true. All right, before this function must run. That's what it is. That's how it is in smart contract development. So this is a function. We're declaring a function, but before we put the open brackets or bracelets, we added another function that must run. Okay, it's the same thing as saying if ERC21, we'll put whatever is inside this. So if this runs, okay, then the rest. Or let's say if not, if this fails, then return. All right, that's the same thing as this way. So this must run and return true for the rest of the code to run. So that's how it is in Solidity. So ERC20, and in case you are wondering where I got it, it's OpenZeppelin, of course. You read the documentation, you figure that out. Okay, so contract address. Okay, we set it to this contract address here. Where is it? This contract address. We set it to whatever was passed in when this function is being instantiated. So when you instantiate this function, you pass in an address. So we set it to that. Okay, so contract address. Then the next thing we want to do is never forget your closing quotes. Even though it looks like JavaScript, it's not JavaScript. You must put your closing quotes. So we'll do function, and then we'll do create token. All right. Now there's something in smart contract development it's just like the hard disk and RAM. Okay, so in hard disk in your computer, this hard disk is like a permanent memory. In smart contract, that will be the equivalent of storage. Okay, type. Okay, in your RAM is like a temporary storage. Whenever you off your system or close your browser, your RAM wipes off. So your RAM would be the equivalent of memory in smart contract development. So whenever because strings cost a lot, every transaction you want to make on the blockchain, every state variable change, that's what it is called. Every state variable change. Okay, state variables are anything you declare above this. All right, these are state variables. They are not declared inside functions. All right, so this contract address. So if you change this, it's gonna go to the blockchain and edit something and change something. Okay, if you change token IDs, it's gonna modify the blockchain. All right. Okay, same thing. So whenever you are changing the blockchain, all right, you are tampering with the storage. But if you're just working within a function, if you just want to declare a variable that you can use within a function, then it's you're working within memory. Now another thing is that string or any transaction, anything that anytime you're changing the state variable, all right, the state variables in your smart contract is going to cost you money. All right, it's going to cost you some gas fees. So you want to write your code in such a way that you change as little, as few state variables as possible. Okay. Now, if your string is one of the variable types, string variable type is one of the variable types that costs high gas fees in Ethereum and any other offshoots like this Polygon we're using now. So what do you do whenever you are declaring a string variable? According to this version of Solidity, the older versions don't require that, but according to this version of Solidity, you must tell it whether you are working with storage or memory. You must tell your code. All right. So every time you want to declare a string variable within a function as a parameter, you must mention where how Solidity should handle it. So here we are saying token URI. Now another thing is that this memory, you don't have to do this in all variable types. For instance, there is uint, which is integer in regular integer. Okay, so if I want to declare a variable uint, I don't need to tell it memory. All right, but string, you have to tell it how to handle it. So we did token URI, we do public. This is where you declare the scope. Okay, returns. Now, if in smart contracts, Solidity development, you have to tell the function what it will return before you even open the bracket. Look at, we just opened the bracket for this function, but before we did that, we have already told the function the kind of value it will return. So which means at the end of this function, you will say something like return a number, because a number that is an integer. So in Solidity, you use uint instead of int. Okay, another thing you can say is uint 256. It's the same thing. In Solidity, uint 256 and uint are the same, alright? Basically, they mean integer. So now we've told this function that whatever happens, it should expect to return. And you should know that all these things happen before we open the open bracket, alright? Of the function, before we even start writing any code. So the very first thing we do is we do at, okay, 1, 2, 3. At. So I just want to add one of those comments so you see how it's done. So here we're just saying that create a new token, okay, and then we'll do 1, 2, 3. We'll do at param, okay. We'll say token. The parameter is what? This, okay. Then we say what it does. We can say token URI or whatever. So like this. So the first thing we want to do is to increment the ID of the token. So we'll do token IDs. We're referencing this guy here. And this brings me to this point. When you're reading a smart contract, by convention, any variable that can only be used internal, like that has the scope of private, you declare it with an underscore. It has to start with an underscore, okay? It doesn't mean it can't start. If we do this, it will still work, but by convention, when people see an underscore, they know that the variable scope is just private. It cannot be accessed by an external function. So if we're here and we import this NFC or extend it or inherit it, we will not still have access to this guy here. So token ID is equal to token IDs.increment. Increment. So where is this increment coming from? Because it's coming from this counter. It's a counters.counter. We imported it here. So that's why we have access to a function inside that file that says .increment. So another thing is why is it underlining our string memory? Unused function parameter. Oh, we're yet to use it. So we'll do uint. I told you uint and uint 256 are the same, so I could just use any one of them. New item ID. Okay. So here we say underscore token IDs.current. Okay. We'll do colon. Good. Alright. Basically we're saying set a new token ID for this. Okay, so let me comment this so you can understand. Set a new token ID for the token to be minted. Okay, so here we're saying here we save this, the current token ID, we save it here, okay, so that we can access it later. So now we have to mint the token. So there's a function that we inherited from OpenZeppelin called mint. So if we do mint msg.sender, so the mint will contain the address of the sender and the token ID. Okay, new item ID. So this is how you mint a token. Instead of writing the whole function, they have already written that function for you. Now, one other thing you have to know is that msg.sender is like, if you're coming from Laravel, it's like auth of user ID. So basically, it contains a sort of session. Okay, there are no sessions in Solidity. Okay, but just see it as a session containing the user ID. But in this case now, is the address that is connecting to this blockchain, right? Sort of. So MSG, so everywhere you call msg.sender, it's called a global variable. And in smart contract Solidity, there are many global variables, okay? So, but just know that msg.sender is one of them. And once you call it, it's going to give you the blockchain address that looks like this, like what we had in the .secret file. So, what is the current blockchain address? That's what it does. So, this means a token, and we do set token URI, new item ID, okay, and then token URI, okay. So it's not JavaScript, so you can't skip your semicolon. Usually people have to have their own permission to transact. So if you have your private key, then you can transfer tokens in and out of your own wallet or address. Okay, but we can write a smart contract that will give the marketplace and the permission or authority to make transactions for the users. All right. So here we have to do that. Otherwise, people can buy and sell on our marketplace. All right. Set approval. So this comes with like just like this one. They come with the OpenZeppelin installations, the files that we imported. So you have contract address true. Okay. Contract address true. Contract address. Okay. So set it to true. Finally, now we've written the code. We can now return the item ID. So return. Okay. New item ID. Good. So this item ID is actually an integer. All right, and we got it from here. So once this function is called, it will increment whatever was in the token ID. So initially, what you're going to see is 0. Now the first token ID. The next time it's called, you see 1. Then you see 1 like this. You see 2. Then 3, and like that. All right. So for each one we increment, we just save it somewhere here, and then we mint the token. Okay. Set the URI, and then give approval to the marketplace. Our app should have an approval to make the transactions and set it up for sale. And then we have to return the new ID. So this new ID is what, when we build a front end, our front end will make a call to this and then get the ID of the token back. You understand? So make a call to this to create a new token and get the ID back. So with the ID, we can do other functions or other whatever manipulations we want in our front end. So we're going to use like JavaScript to make calls to this function in the end. And but that's from web3.js, web3.js, okay? We're getting to that. So now we've done this, all right? Is there anything I've not commented? I will just do this. Most developers don't write comments, and that's a terrible idea. So we're just gonna say return token ID. Most developers and tutors won't put ID, won't put comments, okay? Means the token, okay? Generate the URI, set approval, grant permission, transaction permission to marketplace. So I'll say transaction permission. Okay, so good. These comments might not be 100% accurate, but it's a good guide for you to know what's going on at this stage, right? Instead of getting totally confused. And of course, taking this course, if it's your first time, there are some confusion, some level of confusion that'll be there. I just don't want it to be too much, and it's very normal to be a little confused. But by the time you're done at the end, gives you a general idea, and you'll be happy with the app you built. All right, let's go ahead. So this is all the code we have to write for this particular smart contract. But one thing you have to notice is that we just wrote only a few lines of code. And why did we write few lines of code? Because these guys here, OpenZeppelin, saved us a lot, because we just inherited these three functions, and our code is done. So go to the NFT market, and here, as usual, make sure that your license is set. Okay. Now we're going to import two counters and ERC721. So if we come here, counters and ERC721. So we'll come here and paste them. Paste. So remove this and put counters at the top. Okay, good. Now we have to import another one too. So I'll do Ctrl C, Ctrl V here. Okay. So this one is called is just for security. Okay, so to prevent something called re-entry attacks, security. So I'm going to remove this. Security, re-entrancy guard. That's all. Okay, re-entrancy guard. Okay, so basically it prevents re-entrancy attacks. Basically that's just what it is. I think I should just put it at the top there, just like this. Okay, good. So we declare this contract, and we call it NFT market. Why are we calling it NFT market? Because that's what we chose to name the file. We could have named the file anything else. We are going to extend re-entrancy guard, so we inherit from it. Oh, we inherit is re-entrancy, so this is re-entrancy guard. Okay, good. So this way. Now we start writing, so we'll do using, okay, counters. So we need that counters again, counters. So counters is just a set of functions that just help to count, all right, auto increment stuff. Nothing special about it. Yeah, like as usual, if you want to see the actual code, just follow this link here, and you will read the actual code, source code there. So those are the codes you would have been writing. So here, counter. I'm lazy, so I'm just going to copy this. Counters.counter private underscore items item IDs. Okay, so this is the total number of items we have, and here will be items. Okay, private. Okay, now this is interesting. Items sold. We have to keep track of the total number of items sold. Okay. We have to keep track of total number of items. So here we do address. Now there is a type called payable. Payable in Solidity. So if a variable or a function is going to receive payment, you have to mark that function as payable. So in this case, owner is going to receive payment, and this is the owner of the contract, and this owner will be receiving commissions. Okay, so we'll do owner of the smart contract. So if you publish this, you'll be receiving commissions per sale. We're going to write the code for that, but let's put the variable down. Another thing is listing price. For people to post their NFT on your platform, they have to pay. All right. So uint, like I said, uint256 is the same thing with normal uint. So we'll call it listing price. Okay, equal to 0.025 Ether. So this is how much Ethereum we're going to charge people for putting their NFT on our platform. All right. I'm just trying to add comments. People have to pay to put their NFT on this marketplace. So, oops. Yeah, so that's what our listing price is. So I think I could do it this way. Trade. And I'll do notice. Apparent listing price. Okay, so this way. Oh, okay. Because we didn't declare it as public. All right. Like I told you, this system is usually used if this can be referenced from our front end in quotes. So let me leave it like this instead of wasting much time. So whenever this contract is called, there has to be a constructor, right? So constructor, in the constructor, we just assign a value for the owner. All right. Remember, this owner is an address. It has to be an address. Okay, so we assign a value for it. So we'll do it this way. And then we'll say owner equal to, remember what I told you about msg.center payable msg.sender. Okay, and then make sure there's always your semicolon. So what does this say? This simply says assign to this variable, all right, assign a value to it, and the value is the value of the person connected, the value of the person owner of this smart contract. Okay, so here we do struct. So struct is the equivalent of I would call it the equivalent of arrays. All right, so it looks like arrays, but it's not actually arrays. It's just a way to list multiple variables. Okay, objects, closer to objects. Okay, you can list multiple variables and make reference to them using just one variable. It's closer to objects in JavaScript. So we're going to list some, say address. We'll call it NFT contract. So we're listing multiple variables. In Solidity, you can use struct instead of listing them individually. So at the end of the day, you can do market item dot, for instance, you can do market item dot item ID. See? So that's one of the advantages of struct. Okay, so here we do uint 256 token ID, and then we do address payable seller. All right, we'll do address payable owner. Okay, if you're gonna receive payments, if anything is gonna receive payment, you have to mark it as payable 256 uint 256 price. Okay, go. So we're going to track whether it is sold, it has an item has been sold or not. So now we're done. Make sure there are no empty spaces. Right, okay, so the next thing we're going to do is a way. When you have a struct like this, you need a way to be able to access it. All right. So and in Solidity, it's called mapping. So basically, what it is saying is uint. Let me just finish writing the code. You put a fat arrow like this, you put market item, this, and then say private. Then you give it a variable, I'll say ID market item, like this. So basically what we're saying is that this variable here, whenever we call it and pass in an integer to it, it should go and should go to the blockchain and find which of these records have matches with that integer. So in the future, further down our code, we could be doing something like this: market item colon something like this. We'll do 5 or 4, let's say. So if we do 4 like this, it will go to market item and check based on the match. All right. So that's why I told you that it looks like an array. All right, but you can't access it directly as an array until you map it. All right, there has to be a mapping. Then next thing is an event. All right, an event is a way to log messages. It doesn't do anything, doesn't affect the code or anything, but you log the message. So whenever something happened, you have to log it. So whenever an NFT is sold, we want to log a message. So this message can be accessed from our Web3 JS. So it's just like the equivalent of console.log. Yeah. If you have coded JavaScript, you know console.log is a way to print out something on the print out a value on the console. So that is what events are in Solidity. Okay. All right. So we we'll do event. We'll give, you have to give the event a name, so we'll call it market item created. So the thing with events is that after declaring them, you have to call them. The way you are going to call them is you say emit. You say we're going to do that, but I just want to tell you ahead. You say emit market item created. Okay, once you say emit, then you start passing in the values we're going to pass in here. So we're going to pass in some values here. All right. So this is not a, this is a round bracket. So the first value is uint indexed. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this because this is what we want to do, and paste and pull here. So we're going to add some extra stuff here. We'll do indexed, indexed. Okay, then these are addresses, but we don't need them as payable again, and nothing else. Then you put your semicolon. You must put your semicolon. So here, so this is actually a function, sort of, and this is the type of the function. So we're not going to use semicolons in events. So you should note that events doesn't use semicolons, but structs use. Okay. So struct here we use semicolon if it's of type struct, but if it's of type event, it doesn't use semicolon, and the last one would not have semicolon. All right. So we've passed this. So when we're going to call this, we will say market item. We'll say emit inside a function. We can say something like emit. Then we'll start parsing in the parameters, the equivalent of the parameters. You see, like that. So at the end, whenever we run this smart contract, this thing will print to the in the log section. You're going to see it in practice, but that's just the way it is. Okay, in the spirit of commenting, so we're going to say a way to access values of the market item struct above by passing in an ID, integer ID. So it doesn't matter if this is so verbose, but at least makes you understand. So log message here, log message, okay. When item is sold. So for now, we've not written the function of the selling of the item. All right, so I'm just going to put it in semicolon. All right, guys. So here we're going to do something interesting, which is we have to get the listing price. So when an NFT is listed on a website, the front end, we need a way to get the listing price. So we do get a listing price. Okay, do public. So this function can be accessed from the front view. So there are types of functions in Solidity. If a function is viewed, that means it does not change the state of the blockchain. So remember the state variables. These variables that are declared here are state variables. Okay, changing them or adding any new value to them will change the state of the blockchain. So we don't want. So here, if a function is declared as view, it doesn't cost anything. All right, doesn't cost. It doesn't do any transaction. So what does it return? What are we expecting it to return? We expect it to return an integer. Okay, an integer that will represent the price. So here we're going to say return listing price. Okay, remember listing price, then semicolon. Do you remember listing price here? We said listing price is 0.025. So this just makes it easier for us to, because we just want people to be able to query this and get it. Let's create a contract that manages the creation of a market item. So we'll do, a function, all right, that manages the creation of the market item. So here, market item, and now we're going to pass some parameters. Okay, the first one is a contract address. Okay, the contract address of the person trying to put up that item for sale. So customer that want to put up that item for sale, we need their contract address, and then uint 256. We need the token ID, and then we also need the uint 256 of the price. They are listing the price they want to put up the product for. So price. Alright, now we have this. Just make sure that all our spendings are correct. Okay, now we have this. We can then put public. See, I could have put it here. Could have just said public here, but the line will be too long. The line will be too long. So I'll break down this function. Put this here. Put this here. And put this here. So make sure I close the empty spaces. Close the empty spaces. So now we're going to say public payable non-reentrant. Entrant. Okay. This way. There's an error here. uint256. No D there. uint256. Good, perfect. Let's write some code inside our function. The first code is the equivalent of an if statement. So we'll call it require. I'll explain it shortly. So let me finish writing. Require msg.value, alright, equals listing price. Okay. Otherwise, the price must be equal to listing price. Okay, good. So semicolon. Alright. So in Solidity, require is a function that you call inside another function. Okay, the way you will call return, you will call require. So, but require is a way to say it's a kind of if statement that says if this is not true, like in this case, if msg.value is not equal to listing price, guess what? Throw this error. Okay, this is what the user is going to see as error. Okay, or return this. So this is equivalent to saying if msg.value is not equal to, okay, it's not equal to this, then throw this error, then return. You know, in programming, once there is a return statement, the function will not proceed beyond that. Okay, so this is equivalent to this. So I said this must be equal to this, otherwise throw this error. So if I was going to write an if statement, it would have been msg.value not equal to. You understand? Alright, so anytime you see require, just know that that's what it is. Now msg.value is a global variable, just like msg.sender. Where did we use it? We used it somewhere here, where we wanted to get the address of the person connecting to this smart contract. We used msg.sender. I can't find where we used it again. Here. So we try to use address of this person connecting to this contract. Okay. So in this case, we want to also get the amount, all right? And we say that the amount must be equal to the listing price. Okay. Otherwise, throw an error. And then finally, we're saying require. I think I made a mistake here. This is supposed to be price. Okay. Okay. No. Okay, the value must be equal to the listing price. But before then, let's check for another thing. Say require the price they are listing the NFT for must be greater than 0. So you can't just come to our platform and list an NFT for free. We're not doing free things here, all right? You have to pay. People have to. The NFT must be purchasable, all right? That's just our own personal rule or my own personal rule. You can put yours, okay? If you want your NFTs, if you want to have a free section where people list free NFTs, oh, that's fine. So we can say price cannot be 0, okay? Or we can say price must be at least one way. But just know that every time you spit out a string, it costs more. So the shorter the string, the better. Okay, must be above 0. Right. Price must be above 0. Okay, cool. So listing price. Okay. So we go to the next underscore item. Make sure there's semicolon. Right. So underscore item IDs dot increment. Okay. So we increment the item ID. We do uint 256. Okay. Item ID equal to underscore item IDs okay, dot current, just like we did the other time. So increment it, we save it here inside item ID. Time to use the struct we created earlier. All right, so remember this struct, market item struct, this struct. So it's time to use it. So now we want to save this ID. We want to save this market item at, okay, an instance of it at location what? Okay, we said at location ID to market item. All right, say at location item ID, just like as if it's an array. So what do we save at this location? Remember that this location is here. Okay, it's here. All right, it's a state variable. So we're saying at this location, these are the values you have to dump at this location. So the first value is item ID. Where's the item ID? Okay, get item ID, NFT contract. Okay, token ID, then payable, MSG sender, dot sender, the guy sending the message. So I have to break this down so that it can enter into one screen. So it's gonna be like this, so we can have it in one screen, like this, MSG sender, payable, address 0, price, okay, then false. So I think there's a mistake here. Okay. We're good. Payable, MSG sender. So MSG.sender is the guy connecting to the smart contract at the moment. That's MSG.sender, and this is the first address. Okay, we're paying to the first address, market item. So why do I have this here? Okay. So here's the thing, right? We have to close it off. Okay, no wonder. We have to close this off like this. So when you define a struct, right? When you define a struct, you use here struct. You use curly bracelets, okay? Curly bracelets to define it, and then you use semicolons inside, all right? But when you want to use it, you call it as if it's a function. So you call it with round brackets, and then you use commas to pass in the values as if they are parameters. You understand? All right. So finally, I don't know why it is giving an error for item ID. So we have item ID here, and okay, good, because when there's item ID here. Oh, I didn't spell it well. So the item ID here is having small letter, so it's spelled well now. So like this. So we are passing the data into the market item, and as if it's a function. That's how to do it in Solidity. And then you save everything inside market item at this location ID. Okay, remember that this ID was auto incremented. Okay, and what are we trying to do? Remember, we're trying to create a market item. Look here. If you look at this struct, you see that we have a seller, right? The person that wants to sell their NFT, and then we have an owner, all right? The person that owns the NFT, okay? So right now we're trying to create an item. There is no owner. That's why we have address as 0. No owner for now, all right? So this is the message of the address of the seller. Checking the price, right? But then at the same time, we want to check if it has been sold or not. All right. So we're setting it to false. Since they just created the NFT, it hasn't been sold. Okay. So that's why we set it to false here. Has it been sold? No, it's false. So it's just being created. Okay. So I'll delete this. Okay. So that's it. So I added some comments just to make sure that when you download this code from GitHub, that it's going to be easy for you to understand it. All right. So I just added that here. The seller. This is the address of the seller. All right. Address of the seller. putting the NFT up for sale, and no owner yet because it's still putting it up for sale. So we set the owner to empty address. Okay, now if you look at this address, you'll see that this is like round brackets. It's different from having defined an address variable and using block brackets. So finally, we're going to do something. So I'm going to add another. We need to transfer the NFT, all right, to the NFT ownership, to the address of the contract itself, so that this contract can send it to a buyer when the buyer makes payment. All right, so let's do that. We're going to use a function. Let me write the comment first. So the contract itself. Okay, we are transferring NFT ownership. Okay, ownership of the NFT. I think I should put it that way. Ownership of the NFT to the contract itself. So you submit your NFT to our platform. While you're creating that, our platform takes ownership of that NFT and holds it until somebody wants to buy. Then our platform will make the sale for you. All right. Remember when we had to give the permission? All right. Okay. So here, we'll write the code. It's IERC 721. That's it. NFT contract. Okay. So remember this NFT contract. Then we say .transfer from. So if you're wondering where I'm getting this, is because we inherited this, right? ERC 720. So these are functions. This .transfer from, they are functions inside that file. So this is the address that it will be transferred from. So that msg.sender, the ownership of the token will be transferred from msg to sender and go to which address? Okay, the address of the contract itself. So this is how you access it. If you do address.this, this is how you access it in Solidity, the address of this contract itself. And then finally you have to talk about the token, and it has taken that is token ID. All right. So why is it saying this? It says type a contract NFT market is not implicitly compatible to expected type. Okay, just ignore that for now. I'm gonna sort that out. So now, now we have that. We are going to go to the next line, and then we're going to emit. All right. Now this is where we're going to do the equivalent of console.log. All right. So that's what we want to do now. But in Solidity, it's called emit. Emit. You mention the the event you want to emit. Market item created. So this is a way to tell whoever is reading it. Now, because I have some IntelliSense, some Solidity extensions installed, they help me tell me what to put in. So what is this market item created? Look here, we defined an event and we added all this. So now we want to use that event. So we use the keyword emit. Okay, emit that event, market item created. Look at it, market item created. So these are the values there, uint, address, whatever. So see. So that's what we want to emit now. Item ID, NFT contract, token ID, seller. So we're not going to call it seller, we'll call it msg.sender. msg.sender. So an interesting thing is, why did my IntelliSense call this seller? Okay, in this case, msg.sender is the seller, all right? Then we do address. The owner is we don't have an owner yet, so we'll do address at 0. And price, and then has it been sold? Oops. Has it been sold? No. So we'll put false. So like I said, this is going to be in the log. So once somebody creates this and you look at the log of the transaction, you will see these details. The equivalent of console.log. Log this transaction. Okay. This also means that you can actually put something like, instead of item ID, for instance, we could have put something like transaction completed, something like this, and it will print on the log. But we're not doing that. All right. Another thing I can do is to break these things down so that they can be visible from just one screen. All right. So here, this way, energy.sender, address at 0, price, and we're good. The reason there's an underline here is that this is not the function we wanted. The IntelliSense just inserted it. So we want the function transfer from, and the address here, this is not block bracket, this is round brackets. Okay, this is round brackets. So when you do address with this as a parameter, is the address of the contract itself. So I'm going to clear these extra spaces. I don't need it. So not that it's going to cause any error, but it's fine. We don't need it. So this is the end of our function. All right. So the function here, we can name it at 1, 2, 3, and do add notice function to create market item. Okay, I think that's it. So let's just add one more comment just to make our work really neat. So do 1, 2, 3 space add notice, and then we'll say function to get market list, get listing price. Okay, listing price. Okay. All right. So here we can create another function. And this function is we'll do 1, 2, 3 add notice function to create a sale. Okay, so we can call that function create market sale. So this function will help us complete a sale, and this function is going to be public, payable, because it's going to be processing a transaction, so we mark it as payable, and then non-reentrant, so just for security purpose, non-reentrant, remember, then we can start writing into the function. But we also have to accept some parameters. The first parameter is address of the NFT contract itself. NFT contract, okay, and the second parameter is uint 256, address of the NFT contract, and then uint 256 of the item ID. So this function will be accepting the NFT contract itself, all right, and the item ID that we're about to sell. All right. Now this is a modifier. I hope I spelled it well. Reentrant. That is double E, non-reentrant. Okay, cool. All right. So now we're going to write a function. We're going to write inside our function. So first we define the price, a variable for pricing, and now we have to get the price. How do we get it? We do ID market at location item ID. So this is a capital letter, right? Item ID dot price. So we're saying go to the blockchain. In a way, go to the blockchain, find us the item, the record with this item ID, and get us the price. Remember, item ID market item was from mapping, all right? Where is it? Mapping, and it's a state variable. At the top of our code, we did a mapping of the market item. So we're saying go to the blockchain. Once we give you an ID, right, go, then fetch us all this. So we're now saying give us the price. So that's what this is. Go to the blockchain, pass in this ID, and get us the price. Okay, so here we're going to do uint token ID equal to same thing, ID market item bracket. We do item ID. We'll do token ID. Okay. Then we'll do now why is item ID? Because we didn't spell it well. Okay, so this is capital letter. Alright, so good. Here we can write a code. We can say require. By now you already know what require is. So we say the condition for this require is that this person is sending the exact amount for this transaction. So whoever is connecting to this blockchain for the purpose of making this transaction, okay, that person is msg.value. The amount of money they are sending. So the person that is connecting is msg.sender. That's an address. Okay, an address is connected with a certain money, okay, value or token. Okay, so that value must be equal to the price of this NFT. All right. Otherwise, throw an error and say, please submit the asking price in order to complete purchase. Okay, cool. Submit asking price in order to complete purchase. Okay, so we're good. And the next thing we do ID market item. ID market item. So here we do ID market item. So now we want to actually make the transfer, right? So we say add location, get us that token, alright? Then get us the seller's address, then transfer this amount to the person, msg.value. You see? Isn't that amazing? So we're saying make the transfer, so make the payment. Okay, pay the seller the amount. Okay, so this guy is the seller. That's the person that originally uploaded the, look at it, the person that originally uploaded the NFT, and we're just saying .pay. So you can take any address in the blockchain and say .transfer and then execute, tell it the amount in brackets. It is what it is. Okay, so I think we're good. So I know the question in your mind. The question in your mind is that now we have paid the seller. How do we get the NFT to the buyer? So now we have to transfer ownership of the NFT. Remember we transferred ownership of the NFT from the seller to the contract itself. So I'm going to copy this because we're about to repeat something similar. So I'll copy it. And now we're going to transfer ownership. So I'll say transfer ownership of the NFT from the contract itself, to the buyer. Okay, so we do NFT contract dot transfer from. So what's the address of the buyer? First of all, this is the address. We're transferring from the address of the contract. This is the address of the contract itself to the address of the buyer. The buyer is the person currently connected and trying to make this transaction. That's the buyer. Okay, and then this is the token we're talking about. So let's go to the next step, which is we'll do ID transfer market item ID. Okay, then the owner. So we now want to mark that the owner of that NFT as the new person that bought it. Okay, so the guy that bought it is now the owner. So we do payable MSG. Oops, payable MSG.sender. See, ID market item ID owner MSG.sender. Okay, so we'll duplicate this line because we're going to do something similar. So this line just does transfer ownership. This is not ownership, right? So mark is not transfer now, but mark new buyer as new owner. That's what we're doing here. So here we're going to get mark sold as true, right? So that it will be marked as sold. mark sold as true. Okay, mark that it has been sold. Okay, so finally we're going to do underscore item sold dot increment. So now remember that we are tracking the total number of items sold. Okay, so we just increase that number by 1. So increase the, instead of increase, say increment the total number of items sold by 1. Okay, and then finally we're going to pay the owner of the contract. You, the boss that owns the contract, we're going to have to pay you. You have to make some money from that sale too. So we say pay owner of this contract. Alright, owner of this contract, transfer. How much do we transfer? The listing price. That's how much you transfer to the owner of this contract. Okay, so pay owner of contract, the listing price. So that's your commission. Remember the listing price at the top here, we had a listing price of 0.25. You know, instead of hard coding this thing here so that when you push it to the marketplace, when you push it to the blockchain, it's hard coded, you could actually have a function that you could use to set it. Alright, from the front end at main dashboard, your web3.js, you can use the function to set it instead of writing it here manually. I'll leave that for you as an assignment. Alright guys, let's fetch the total number of items that exist on our platform. And now what we want to do is, when we build the front end, we want to display a list of items that have not been sold on our platform. So on our platform, we want people to be able to see remaining items. So we're going to start with a function. And first of all, we do 1, 2, 3. Okay, we do add notice, and then we'll say total number of items unsold on our platform. Okay, so we call it a function, and we give it any name, fetch market items. Okay, I could call it fetch remaining market items or whatever, or fetch unsold market items. So market item, this is a function that just reads information from the blockchain, so it doesn't cost anything, and it's just it's a view function. So when you're defining a function that reads information, you call it a view function, so returns. Okay, there are other types of functions. If you ever wondered, there's a pure function. There's a function that just does a calculation and stuff. So what do we return? We're going to return an array of the remaining market items. So we'll do market item array, and in Solidity, when you're defining an array, you have to tell Solidity what kind of memory is it. So call it memory, and so we're not altering the state of the blockchain. Okay, so we'll start writing code. Uint item count, so equal to underscore item dot current. So what this means is that we're getting the current item IDs. Sorry. Okay, we're getting the current the total number of items ever created. Okay, total number of items ever created on our platform. So now with this total number of items ever created, we can do something interesting, which is uint on sold item count. So this shows us the total number of items that have not been sold. How do we get it? We say total number of items created, this guy here, total number of items ever created, okay, on this platform, minus total number of items ever sold. Okay, item sold or current. So in case you are wondering where I'm getting this item sold and items created, they are from the count contract that we inherited. So this is supposed to be items sold, plural. So at the top here, we can see that when we started as a smart contract, we defined two variables, and one of them is items, okay, and this is the comment, total number of items ever created, okay. And then the second one is total number of items ever sold. So both of them start at 0, but see what happens when we create a new NFT. So somebody logs into the platform and creates a new NFT. What do? We increment the total number of items ever created. Okay. Add 1 to the total number of items ever created. Alright. So, and another interesting thing we did was to set the owner to 0. So when you are creating a new item, you are the seller. We set you as the seller, but we set the owner of that NFT to 0, so it doesn't have an owner. Okay. So, but when we want to sell the NFT, all right, we increment here when we're selling the NFT. Look at create a market to create market sale. So when we're selling the NFT, if one NFT is being sold, one of the things we do is to increment the total number of items sold. So the blockchain now knows. And you don't have to write a save function for anything, because anything you do to any variable declared here is affecting the state on the blockchain. So that's why they're called state variables. Okay. Anything when you assign a value to this variable, it changes what it is on the blockchain. Okay, so here we're just getting our total number of unsold items. We want to show the users items they can buy. All right. So we say, first of all, we want to get the number. All right. So we say the number of items that have ever been created plus the number of items that have ever been sold. So we'll do total number of items that are unsold equal to total items created minus total items sold. Okay, I want to always put ever here. Items ever sold. I want to always put ever. Alright, so you get an idea of what we're doing. Alright, or what we're up against. So now we have that, we can start doing something interesting. We'll do int current index, because we're going to use a loop. Okay, so we want to start the loop at 0. Now we want to first get the array. So we'll create an array of market item. Okay. Now you need to know market item is now functioning as a sort of type. So we're declaring a variable, and that variable is of type market item. So what is market item? So if we go up here, we'll see that market item is a struct that contains details of the market item. Okay. So in a relational database, this would be an equivalent of a row in the database. Okay, a struct is the equivalent of a row. This is what I mean, a row in the database. Okay, so that row has an ID, NFT contract address, token ID, and so on. Good. So we're creating a variable that is of the type of row. Now we have to do something. We'll instantiate market item. Of length. Okay, what's the length of the loop we want to use now? So we'll do unsold item count. So this guy here is the length of this array. Okay, so then we loop. Okay, we'll say for uint I equal to 0. That is starting, this loop will start at 0. Okay, and end at item count. That is the total number of items ever created. Okay, so that's where. So we're looping through the whole item ever created, and we increase I. Now the interesting thing now is we have to check for something interesting. We have to check if this item has not been sold. So we're gonna say loop through all items. Loop through all items ever created. Okay. And check if the item has not. Okay, check if the item has not been sold. Okay, by checking if the owner is empty. Owner field. I'll call it field. All right, it's empty. So I'll change this shortly, but let's, I mean like the wording, I'll reword it shortly, but let's continue. So we do if ID market item at location I plus 1 dot owner equal to an empty address that is empty. That means this item has not been sold. Yes, this item has never been sold. Okay, that's what it means. So we say uint current ID equal to ID market item. Now, in case you're wondering where the market item is coming from, this is how we retrieve information. ID market item is the mapping that we use to retrieve information from market item. So if we go to the top here, at the very top, we'll see a mapping that says ID market item. And what it says is that every time we pass a value, any integer, look at, anytime we pass an integer to this ID market item, you should go to the blockchain, look for the record, the market item with that integer as ID. Right, so that's what we're doing. So if you ever want to retrieve information from a blockchain that you save with a struct, you have to do a mapping. There's no other way. There's no better way. All right, you have to do a mapping. Okay. All right. So we're getting. So we've checked. We'll get the owner for each time we loop. All right. We check if the owner is empty. Okay. If it's empty, then the item has never been sold. Okay, so what I would have done is get unsold item. Okay, get only. So I told you I would reward it. That's the rewarding I was talking about. Okay, so we'll do uint current ID market item .id. So we are getting the item ID. Market item. We're getting this item ID, okay? So item ID, and then we do market item storage current item go to ID market item at location current ID. You see, so we do market item. We're defining a variable, and we called it the current item. The current item, and we say items here, items current index equal to current item. So now we're saving to the database, right, to an array. So we created an array, and what does the array look like? The array looks exactly like the market item. So this, we're creating a temporary array. How do we know it's temporary? Okay, look at it. Memory says it's temporary. If it was storage, then it says it changes the state of the blockchain, then it's permanent. All right. So temporarily, we're creating a variable that is of type this array. Okay, and then the length of that array would be the total number of items that have not been sold. So we'll make a loop of that length, okay? Because if you say unsold, we'll make a loop of the total number of items that ever existed on our platform. So we're looking through all items on our platform. And then here we're checking if the item has not been sold. So we want to only take unsold items and store them in a temporary array that we're going to pass back to the user on the front end, or the Web3 or Next.js app, React.js app that requested it on the front end. So we've created that item. So for each loop at location current index, we save the item that has not been sold. All right, that's what we're doing here. Current index, we increase the current index by 1, okay, so that we can loop again. And that's it. So here we return items. Why are we returning items? We are now returning the array, okay? Return array of all unsold items. Remember, when you're creating a function, you have to tell it what it will return. So we're returning an array of market items that are unsold. Okay. So that's pretty simple. Now we're going to create another item, another function. Now, this function, we're going to call it something like my NFTs or something. So it's just going to be a function of NFTs owned by this user. All right. So what I'm going to do is to comment it as usual. I'll do 1, 2, 3. Add notice. Fetch list of NFTs. Okay. Say owned by this user. Okay. So here we're fetching the list of NFTs that has never been sold on our platform. Okay. And we're writing another function that when it's called, it's going to fetch the list of NFTs owned by this user. So I'm going to call it fetch, just for ease. Fetch my NFTs. Okay. So here we'll do public view returns. Okay, it returns market item, an array of market items. So most of the code, the next two functions we are going to write will look exactly alike, but we're just going to be checking for just one little thing different. So uint, we'll do total item count. Okay, we just want to create a total item count, and it is the total number of items that have ever been created on our platform. Okay. So we'll do get total number of items, total number of items ever created. Alright, so the next thing we're going to do is uint item count. We're going to use this for our iteration. Okay, we'll do uint current index, okay, for iteration. Now we're going to write some code. I will close this small space here. We're going to write some code and say for. So now we want to fetch the total number of items that this user is the owner. That is items that have been bought by this user. I think I should own or bought by this user. Okay. So we do the same for loop. Uint I equal to 0. That is starting from 0. All right, until I is less than total item count. Total item count, and here I plus. Now if we look at total item count, it will get the total number of items ever created. So we're looping through all items that have ever been created. So while we're looping, we'll start checking for something. Okay, we'll do ID market. So this is how we access the market item struct that will save. So okay, owner. We're checking if the owner, so for each market item saved on our database, we check if the owner is the person currently logged in or accessing this blockchain. So the guy viewing on their dashboard in the front end, all right, we're checking for items that their address is marked as owner. So msg.sender. So if you go to the top here, where we define the market item struct, you see that owner is an address, so it's an Ethereum address. All right. So we're checking if the address is the same person. This message.sender is a global variable. Okay. So it just gives you the address of the person currently accessing the blockchain. So here. So we're just basically trying to get the total number of items that this guy has ever created. So finally do it. Get only the items that this user has bought or is the owner. Instead of or, I'll just do bought. Okay. Okay, now we've got it. We can now use it to do another loop, and this time around we want to fetch the actual arrays. Okay, the actual items, so that we can return it in an array. Now we know the length. So okay, say total length. Okay, good. So now we can actually do fetch, run through the whole thing again, another loop, but this time around we now know the length we are working with. So we are going to create an array of type market item, and it's going to be in the memory, and we're going to call it items, just like we did before in the other function. So The length of the array, now we know, we're going to say the length of the array is what? The length of the array is this guy here, item count. So this is the how many times we are supposed to loop this time, and for each loop we're going to now fetch the for each of them we'll fetch the actual items that this guy owns, and then store it in an array and spit it out to the user or return it to the user. So we'll do total item count I++, you see. Alright, so total item account I++. So now we're going to check again if ID market. So we're checking for what we checked here. Okay, so I'm just going to copy it. But like I said, this time around, it's different. We're trying to get the actual arrays. So we're checking if this owner is actually the owner, alright? So I wouldn't say this function can't be made better, but this is just to let you know how things work. You can refactor it. So uint current ID, uint current ID is equal to ID market item at location I+1. Okay, but item ID. If you're wondering why it's I+1, is because this we're starting at 0. We're looking from 0. So we say on the first location, which is 1, the first time it runs, this is going to be 1 at location 1. So we'll fetch the item ID itself at location 1 and save it in this variable, because we're going to use this variable shortly. We'll say market item storage. You see, this time around we want to change the state of the blockchain. Okay, that's why we're doing storage instead of memory. Like here we did memory, but here is storage. Now we want to save in the blockchain. So market item current ID. So we're going to fetch this way. We're fetching the market item, all right, at this current ID. And what is the ID? The ID of the current iteration. We'll fetch it and then we save it. Okay, we'll fetch it, we'll save it in this variable, and this time around we'll add it to this array. So we'll say array at current index location, all right, equal to current item. You see, so we go to the database, we fetch these details, and we save it inside this array. Then we increment this current index plus equal to 1. Alright, so now finally we're going to return these items. So we do return. See? We'll see how it goes. So when somebody from our JavaScript file in the front end, or even PHP, alright, when we make a request to this function, alright, it's going to get the list of NFTs that this guy has bought. The person making the request, the person viewing their dashboard has bought. We're going to do the same thing, but this time around we're going to fetch, instead of fetch list of NFTs owned by this user, okay, we're going to say list of NFTs created by this user. So how do we know who created it? Instead of owner here, we'll change it to seller, and that's pretty much the only thing we're going to change. So I'm going to copy this, and we're looking for the NFTs that this guy is the seller. That means he's the one that created it instead of owner. So if I copy this and paste here, I copied the function above and pasted, because I'm lazy, I don't want to retype everything. So now we can go to the top of the function and change it to fetch items created. Fetch items created. I could change it to fetch items created by me, okay, if that's going to make you feel better or understand it better. So we have, as usual, total items count, and we have items count. Our current index is 0. Same loop, alright, but like I said, this is where we are making the key change. So the seller is the one that is currently logged in, alright, connected to the blockchain, and then here again, key thing is we're changing to seller. right? So that's pretty much it for this function. We have one more function that we are going to write. Okay, just one more function. So let's go ahead. All right, next thing we're supposed to do is to find to write tests. Okay, so you know that you can write unlimited number of functions here. So you can, as an assignment, think of new things you can add to your marketplace. All right, and write functions for them. Okay, write functions for them. For instance, calculate how much total this person has made selling NFT, how much they have spent on the platform buying NFTs. Okay, you could do that. Just write the functions for them. Alright, so we're going to write tests. One thing in blockchain development is that you need tests. Alright, otherwise you could end up having a buggy code that will cost you, that once you deploy it, it will cost you. So you need tests. Okay, so and we installed that Chai. We installed Chai via npm. So I'm going to minimize this. So you see, there's a folder for tests because we installed something called Chai. Do you remember when we did yarn, add a bunch of things, and we did Chai? We added Chai among them. So that's why we have this test folder. So now we're going to open this, and we'll see that if we click sample test.js, we'll see that they wrote a sample test for us so that we can have an idea of how to write a test. So let's just take a look at this sample test before we start writing ours. This is in case you've never written a test. What the test does is that this function will try to go into your smart contract and run it and see whether what you told it, what you expect from it, okay, will be seen. It will get, so it might go into this smart contract, for instance. All right, and run this function. Fetch items created. It's going to run it, simulate it, and then check whether it's going to get a list of items, an array of items. Okay, so if your code is broken somewhere, your code will not return this array, and the test is going to show you the error. So that's basically the concept. But then the beautiful thing about it is that it's so simple. It's just like English language. So let's see this default one they wrote. They imported Chai and hat. Okay, everybody knows that. And they said describe. Okay, the name of the test is greeter. Okay, they said it should return the new greeting once it's changed. So you put your string here saying what the test is expected to return. Okay, and then you instantiate you have to instantiate the contract. The name of the contract in this case is greeter. Remember, we deleted it. We had it here and we deleted it. Okay. So it will instantiate the contract and deploy it to the blockchain. Okay, in this case, our test blockchain. It will deploy it, and once it deploys it, it uses this expect to run a function inside it. Inside greeter, there's a function called greet, and once it runs it, it will check whether the output equals hello world. Okay, and it can run another function. All right. And check whether the output equals hello mundo. You understand? So that's how it works. So I'm going to delete all this because we don't really need it. We're going to change this function to be ours. All right. So what I'll do is I'll delete from here. So this function will run our two or three what do you call it, functions. So instead of calling it greeter, we'll call it NFT market, and then say it should create and execute market sales. Okay, it should create and execute market sales. So instead of calling it a greeter, we'll call it market, and then market. Okay, we're just creating these variables, and we're going to say it should go to what? It should go to a contract called NFT market. It already knows the folder, so we're saying it should go to this contract, NFT market. Okay, and inside NFT market, it should deploy. All right, so we're going to say deploy. So it should deploy the NFT market, right? So now we've deployed the NFT market contract. So let's say deploy the NFT market contract. Market. We're gonna do the same thing, exactly the same thing for the NFT, because we have two contracts, right? So here we're going to do the same thing for the NFT. Say NFT, and here we're going to call it NFT. Here, small letter NFT. So take note of the letters. This is small letter, this is small letter, this is capitals. So we say NFT. So here we have deployed the NFT contract. So now after deploying the contract, now you have access to, remember when we did console.truffle config. So now you have access to the functions. You can now access the functions inside that NFT contract. So the first one, or properties, let me call it properties. You can access the properties. So you can do market address equal to market address. So this will give us the address of the blockchain address, like this, of the contract. That's how we can access it. So we've deployed it. Once you deploy a contract to a blockchain, there is an address that is attached to it. So now we fetch the address, and we can do the same thing here for the NFT contract. So every contract has an address, basically a sort of location where it is on the blockchain. So an address. So now we have access to the address. We can do other things like start accessing the function and checking whether it's going to give us the expected output. Just like we did earlier when we started, one thing you can always do is to install extensions. So I always like that. Once you have any new thing you're working with, you can install the extension. So I'll do a chai. So let's see chai snippet. You see chai syntax support. Great, install. Okay, and we will do syntax support, and then we're good. So return to where we are. We're in sample.js. All right. So what we're going to do here is to get the let's get the listing price by accessing the function. So we'll do await.market get listing price. Okay. So what are we trying to do here? We created a variable and say basically this await means that in blockchain development you must always use await when making a request to your contract, because it doesn't happen immediately. All right, it's not just like making a request to your database. The blockchain might take a few seconds, sometimes up to 15 seconds to process a request. Okay, so get listing price. Get listing price. So now the listing price is equal to listing price dot string. So we convert it, we get it, and convert it to a string that we are going to use a little later. So how did we get this? We did market.get listing price. So what is market? Market is the NFT contract. You see, the NFT contract that we deployed. So we can start accessing things inside it. For instance, market.address is going to give us the address of the contract, and here market.get listing price. So if we go to the NFT market, we'll see that there's a function called get listing price. So get listing price. It returns simply returns the price, listing price. And what is the listing price? The listing price is 0.025 Ether. Like I said, we are hard coding it here, but you could write a simple function that returns a listing price. You get what I'm saying? You could write a function that says something like function. Just to make it dynamic, you can do a function that says set listing price. Okay, so you accept a variable here, uint, and call it something price. I'll use underscore because I'm going to just use it inside. Call it anything, whether you use underscore or not, doesn't really matter. And then you set it as public. Okay, set it as public, and then this way you can set the listing price. You understand? You can now say listing price equal to price. So that from your front end, and another thing you have to do is to check whether the person making this request, different number of arguments and return statement. Oh, sorry. So we're going to do return listing price. So that from our dashboard, okay, in the Next.js app, all right, we can make a call to this particular function, passing the value we want it to be as the listing price, and then it will be set. Okay. Okay, so we're going to tell it what to return. Okay, we have to tell it, say returns. I'm not going to use this function, but I just want to show you how to set it dynamically. Returns what? Uint. So remember how we did these returns here. Okay, so you say returns, then you put in the value, what is expected to return. So returns a uint. So and we're good like this, but we're not checking who is trying to set this, because somebody else might know about this function and set it. So we could do if the msg.sender, okay, is equal to whatever admin this.address this, something like that. Okay, then we can be able to set the price, something like this. Else listing price is equal to just basically listing price is equal to listing price, right? Whatever. We don't need this. So we're going to alter the listing price only if the person is has the authority to do that, which is this particular blockchain. All right. If the smart contract or the platform is the one trying to make the change, then we change it. Otherwise, we'll give it the original listing price of where is it? 0.25. So you could do something like this just to make your platform dynamic. And think of other features you could add, because that's going to teach you the blockchain development. So here we're accessing the listing price, and we're going to do something interesting here. Let's say const, I'm now in sample text, okay, .js, const auction price equal to headers util headers utils pass units. You see, now I can access chai snippets. So this tells us how much we want to spend. So we want to do a sample expense, all right, and we're spending Ether. So this is a mock expense we're trying to spend on the blockchain to see whether it will work. Generates some basically coins for us. Okay, so this is like we're setting a price. So under the Ethers library, remember we installed Ethers, right? So in the utilities we can generate 100 Ether or 100 Wei or 100 Wei, whatever. Okay, so here we're going to call it 100 Ether that we're going to use just like a fake currency we're going to use to test. So we do NFT, then we run a function, create token. So we want to create two tokens. The first one, token at location. Any location that your token is located at. So we're going to say my token location, whatever, where your token is located. So we've created the token. And twice. So this is JavaScript now, so it's not a must that you terminate your functions with a semicolon. It's not really a must, unlike when we were writing Solidity that you must do that. So we'll create another token. So no matter how many times we run this, we'll keep creating tokens. So I'm just going to modify the URL just a little. So how did I come up with this? NFT is the deployed NFT contract. So inside the NFT contract, we have access to a function. Look at it here. So if we come here, the NFT contract, there's a function, see, from the top here, there's a function that creates token, and it takes the token URL as its at its parameter. Okay, so what does it do? Checks that the first token has been created, and then mints the token. All right, adds it to that address, and then what else? Set the token URL. Okay, and approve the smart contract to handle the transaction. That's it. So here we have access to it. We've created 2 tokens. So another function we are going to access is the create market item. So we are going to simulate that we are creating a new item, okay, a new smart contract. So dot create a new NFT, right? Create market item NFT contract address. Okay, so what is this NFT contract address? So this is the address of the deployed NFT. Okay, so we pass in 1. In case you don't know what the 1 means, is because in market, our Solidity contract, we have a create market item. So if we come here, we see create market item function. It takes the NFT contract, the token ID, and the price. Okay, so this function handles the creation of new NFT. So we want to test this function now. So we are simulating that function. We pass in this variable the contract address of the deployed NFT and the token ID. We're just going to say random ID. We just chose the ID. Auction price. So remember, we have to enter token price. So we already generated 100 Ether and say that the auction price is going to be 100 Ether. And then do value. I have to bring this down so you can see. Okay, we start passing in parameter value column listing price. Okay, so what is listing price? The price of the listing here that we got. Alright, so okay, cool. So we're gonna do this again to create another NFT. So we're creating 2 NFTs now. And what's going to be the main difference? Just the item ID. So you can create an unlimited number of NFTs. I think I should be commenting this. Create sample NFTs. And here, create 2 sample tokens or test tokens. Create 2 test NFTs. Okay, so here we're saying get the listing price. Okay, set an auction price. So this is the price we want to sell the token. Alright, so we're going to this Ethers library, this library that we installed via npm. It can help you generate random Ethereum addresses, okay, with a lot of money inside it, test money of course. So we're going to use the destructuring array. So once the first one is going to be underscore, then you create variables. These variables, as many as you want. But let's come here first. Let's finish first. We'll say await ethers.get signers. Okay. Remember that as usual, you could see if there are extensions that will help you write that well, Ethers. So from extensions, I want to check whether we have Ethers. No. Ethereum account addresses. Yeah, I think we need this. Token hover. Okay, so something like that. So we'll get back to the code we're writing. Make sure this is saved. Why is it not saved? So the code we're writing. So the thing is, we just generated one address here. What if we want many sample addresses that we could use for test? You can just do comma and keep the structuring and say address 2, address 3, and so on. No matter how many addresses you want, just the way that Ganache generated all these addresses for us. So from the command prompt you can generate this, but now we just need one. that we can use for the transaction. So next we do await market.connect. So we're making a connection now, and then this address we just generated that has some money in it. I think it has like 10,000 Ethereum inside or so. So create market. So we're connecting using this address. This guy is connecting and wants to make a purchase. Okay, NFT contract address. Purchasing the ID of 1. Purchasing an NFT with the ID of 1, and what value? How much are they paying? Say value. I have to bring this down. Option price. So they're buying it at underscore here, underscore comma. This underscore here, the first one is the address of the seller. Alright, and we don't really need it for anything, so we just passed it as underscore, okay, like blank. But we need the address of the buyer, so we generated a sample buyer and we connected to the smart contract this function create market sale. It's in our market NFT create market sale. So if I click here, create market item and create market sale. So this create market sales accepts two functions. The first one is the NFT contract address, alright, which is now the address of the buyer we want to deal with, alright, and then the item ID. So here, create market, the NFT contract address, and then the item ID. Then how much are they buying it? We're saying that we're selling it for 100 Ether, okay. So basically that's it. So you know, we already gave this NFT contract address the permission to sell for us. So this simple function simulates a sale, alright? Finally, let's fetch market items, okay? Fetch market items and display it in console.log. So we'll do const items, okay? Say await market.fetch market items this way. Then we do simple console.log. Why are we doing console.log? Because we're no longer we're in a .js file, we're no longer in a .sol file. If we are in a .sol file, how are we supposed to do that? Can you remember? In a .sol file, we will do we'll create an event at the top of the file, then we emit, alright, at the bottom. But here it's a JavaScript file. Good old JavaScript. We'll do items, then items. So we're displaying these items. Alright, so going forward, finally the time to run the test, alright. We'll go to our command prompt and make sure that you are inside the project folder. So if I do pw, let me do clear, alright, clear, pwd, I'm inside my OpenSea clone. So now we can run npm npx hard test hard test. So it's going to run, says a few seconds, and then it's going to start compiling the files. You see, downloading compiler. Make sure you have your internet, and then it will try to compile and so on. Our code has errors, okay. The test failed, but it's not because of the code we wrote. So here, one of our tests failed, compiling 14 files, 0 compiling initially. Should create and execute market items, you see. Error. Now, if you ever see this digital envelope routines, it's not as a result of code you wrote, it's as a result of the node version that you're running. So if we do node -v, as at this time, as that version, right? As at this time, the latest version is 17, and that's what I'm running here. Okay, so it's ahead of all the npm files we installed. So we need a lower version of Node.js. Okay, so we have to go to the browser and install Node. So basically, I have it though. I have a lower version, but I want to show you. So go to the browser and say download Node.js. Okay, Node.js, download Node.js. Node.js. Okay, so it's gonna bring us to the website. Then you come to the website, and from home, this is where you're going to land. Node.js.org. You land at home. See, this is 17. I'm using the latest, so it's ahead of the installations, the packages. That's why that error. We have to downgrade it. But if you see other downloads, and you scroll down, and you come to previous releases, then you can see previous releases. This is Node 17, 16, and if you click here, you will see the previous ones. So basically, I have Node 17 and 14. There's another thing. So you can click here to download the actual node. For me, we're in Node 17, so I backtrack 3 steps and have Node 14. Node 14 works perfectly well. Alright, so if you click here, you'll see the older nodes. Now, you download it into your system, overwrite your current node, but this is a very bad way of doing the installation. So on the 4th page, that's where I'm seeing Node 14. Okay, 5th page, that's where I'm seeing Node 14, and then we can download. But I wouldn't download it this way. I'll use something called Node Version Manager. Okay, it's called NVM GitHub. So if you type NVM GitHub on Google, you'll see their GitHub URL. Okay, click, and then you open here. So this thing helps you, once you install it in your system, it helps you to manage different, you can install so many different Node.js versions in your system and switch between them easily. So if you scroll down their GitHub page under installation and updating, you'll see here. So you just copy this and run it in your command prompt. That's how to install it. You copy, right click in your command prompt, anywhere is okay, paste. But I already have it, and by mistake it's installing again, but okay, it's okay. I already have it. So if I do, after installation, if you now do, let me clear, right? If you now do nvm -version, so I'm gonna clear this. So nvm -version shows us the version of the nvm. Now we can switch to, if you want to install a new Node version, okay, Node.js version, you don't need to go to Node.js website. So here you do nvm install, you tell it the version you want to install, like 16, 15 or 14. I already have 14, that's what I want to use. Alright, so to switch to 14, let's verify the Node.js we're working with. We'll say Node version, okay, it says 17, so we want to switch to 14. We'll do nvm use 14. Say now I'm using Node version, Node 14. If I now do Node -version, it says this. Okay, so let's try and run the test. If it doesn't run, then we have to reinstall Hardhat. Okay, so here we do npm Hardhat test, and it's trying to tell us here the npx, that's what we need, npx Hardhat test. So clear npx Hardhat, npx Hardhat test. Okay, sorry, not npm, NFT market. Okay, we're running the test and one failed. Okay, so this is how we know that something is wrong with our code. So how did it fail? Should create and execute market sales code. nft.create token, you say type error. We made an error, so you see nft.create token, we spelled it incorrectly. There's supposed to be an e here. So you see the use of tests, something, look at this, create market item should have an e, create market item should have an e, create market sales, fetch market items, and here create token should have an e. And what else? Okay, so save. Let's run the test again. So now you see the power of tests. It helps you to check your code. So npx Hardhat test, and should create. So this one says type error, create token is not a function. Okay, in NFT. So if we come back here, it says create token is not a function. So where do we have it? So it's saying that create token is not a function. So let's go and check in nft.sol. We have create token. So why is it saying that it's not a function? The reason is simple. It's saying that this is not a function because when it's trying to connect, it's not seeing this NFT in our contract. It's not saying this, it's saying this. Why? Because where we instantiated it, we made a mistake of not using NFT. You see, we should have said use this. Okay, so now we're connected to the right contract. Now it has access to the create token. So here, go up arrow, npx had that test, enter, and all right. So another error says missing argument in contract constructor, count 0, expected code missing argument. Alright, so we'll go to fix it. Error is simple. Basically saying that the constructor of the contract is expecting a parameter, an argument, but we did not do that. We did not include it. So if we go back to our code and we'll go to NFT sol, and we'll see that it has a constructor, and that constructor expects the address of the marketplace. Okay, it expects this address, and then what do we do in our sample test where we are initiating the NFT? All right, we did not include this constructor, this the address. So we're going to say market address. Okay, so we're passing the address of the marketplace to be able to create a token. All right, so this way I think we're good. Let's try one more time. So that's the use of test. Otherwise we would have pushed this buggy and faulty code to the blockchain and ruined the whole project. Okay, so ethers is not defined, so this is a wrong spelling. We should look for ethers, so I'll simply search for it. Okay, here instead of ethers, ethers. Okay, run one more time. So that's the use of tests, and let's see. Good, for the first time our test passed. It said 1%. Okay, took 2 seconds. And remember we used console.log to spit out this. Look at what we're spitting out in console.log. We said fetch all the market items, all the NFTs that we have and stuff, fetch it and spit it out in console.log, and that's what we have here. So big number value 2, okay, item ID, NFT contract, seller, owner, right, big number, has it been sold? False. So now we're sure that our test runs. Let's run more tests. Okay, so make sure that you're in sample.js. I don't know why this is not saved, so let's run more tests. And now here we can say, instead of const items, let's say let items. Okay, so we want to get all the items, the properties one by one. So here, instead of saying items, we can use a promise. Okay, we can say await. Remove this. Await promise dot all items dot map. So async, we're mapping it, and I equals open bracket. So now we can say const token URI equal to await nft dot token URI. Okay, token URI. We do I dot token ID. Okay, then we do let item equal to. So here we can do price, I dot price. Okay, dot to string. So convert it to string. Make sure you have this there, comma. Token ID is I dot token ID That's toString. Okay. Now we get the seller's address. Seller is i.seller, and then owner is i.owner, and then finally get the token URI. So here, I think we're done here. Make sure that you have this. Make sure that what you have here is a curly bracelet, and what you have here is a curly bracelet. Okay. So now everything has been done. We have to return item. Okay, return item. So now if we run our hard hat test, instead of getting this mumbo jumbo number output, we can get a neater output. So hard hat test, it shows an error. That's because we made a little mistake in our code. So the mistake is we're supposed to do items. So here we say let items equals await market.fetch. Okay, market items. Okay, so we'll fetch the market items, then we use the promise. Why did we use promise rejection event? So we'll do promise at all this way. So this way our code should run, except we have a typo. So here it says NFT and token URI is not defined. Yeah, because since this is not defined, because somewhere here, that's not what we're using. Saying token URI instead of tok. Yeah, we wrote tok. Okay. Make sure this is closed. And again, we do run a test. And boom, it works this time. So this time we get a clean output that says price is this, because we did 100 ether. 100 ether is about 100 million Wei. So that's why we're seeing 100 million here instead of just 100 ether. Okay. So where did we get 100 ether? Because we set the price. We set the auction price to 100 ether. Okay, so if we change it to, let's say, 8 ether and run, we should have a different value here. Now another thing is the seller ID. This is the person selling, this is the owner. Okay, see, we entered 8 ether and it gave us this. Alright, so that's basically it, and the token URI and everything. So now we have the backend completely built. It's time to build the front end. Okay, time to get back into Next.js app and start actually writing the front end. It's time to actually start coding Next.js, all right, which is the front end. All right, here your command prompt, you can run npm run dev. That's how to run your Next.js server, and it's gonna spin up a server for our Next.js at localhost 3000. You see, localhost 3000. So we go to our browser. Okay, go to our browser and type localhost 3000. Hit enter. It's gonna show us the default Next.js page that was created. You see, welcome to Next.js. So localhost 3000 shows us welcome to Next.js default. Okay, and it tells us where this page is showing. First, it gets started by editing pages /index.js. If we come here, we'll see that there is a pages. In pages folder, let me close this. In pages folder, we have index.js, and it's telling us that this page is what's showing there. Okay, in case you've never coded Next.js, let's remove these two. Let's remove these two items. And now these two items should go. Okay, see, it is gone. I did not have to refresh. Okay, that's the advantage of running a server like this. Any changes you do, it will show automatically. Okay, So let's start with to clear out this page. All right, everything in between here, everything in between this opening and closing. Footer, clear it out, and then we'll just do H1, say home page, welcome home, or whatever. Okay, we don't need image and head and whatever. So since we've deleted what was using it, if we come back here and you see it says welcome to home. You see? Welcome to home. Application now. Now we've cleared it out. Let's see _app.js. So this is the core home page and where you're going to do a lot of navigation. So let us import something that will help us to create links. All right. So it's called link from next /link. Now, in case you don't know what Next.js is, all right, if you come to the Google and say Next.js, so Google is going to take us to nextjs.org, okay, by Vercel. So it's a framework, JavaScript framework, all right, one of the most powerful and most popular JavaScript frameworks, built on top of React. React itself is also a kind of framework, library sort of framework, built on top of JavaScript. So somebody took React and made it way easier to work with. That's what Next.js is. So you can come here, go through their docs, and if you want to learn more about it, okay, getting started, figure out things about their pages. Now, in summary, if you have coded Angular, it looks very similar. Most JavaScript frameworks, in a way, have the same mode of operation. So that's basically it. So if I'm doing anything, it's because I'm getting it from here. All right. Here's where I'm getting it from. All right. Okay. So let's go ahead. Before I move, the most interesting thing about Next.js is their documentation is so easy to search. And whenever I want to learn a new framework or a new concept in programming, one thing I really appreciate is a very easy to navigate documentation. So if I used anything in Next.js and you want to figure out how it's done or read more about it, just come to this documentation, type it. So in this case, in this code, I just used link, all right? So you just come here and type link. Then you see it next link, because if you see from our code, we imported next link, all right? So if you come here, you read more about next link, all right? How it's used, just scan through, and then you're done. That's it. All right, so you figure out all the different ways you can use it so that when I'm using it, it doesn't look like magic again. Okay, all right, now we have next link. Let's go ahead. Now you need to know that let's create from the app.js, let's create a navigation menu. So in our code here, where we are running localhost 3000, look at the top here. So we want to create a navigation menu. Now in Bootstrap, this would have been simple. We just copy one of the Bootstrap default navigation and just paste there and edit it. But in Tailwind allows you to create it yourself and decide how everything will look manually without writing actual CSS. Now, the question that many people who have never coded Tailwind will ask is it compatible with Bootstrap? Can I have Tailwind and Bootstrap in the same project? Yes, you can, and it will never clash. All right. So, so let's go ahead. All right. In React or Next.js, if you want to, you can put HTML. They call it JSX. You can put HTML and sort of JavaScript inside the JavaScript like this. You see, return, and we're writing HTML. But if it's one line, you leave it like this. But if it's going to be multiple line, you need a bracket. Okay, so put it in a bracket, and then make it multiple line like this. Now we need to wrap it inside a div. Okay, so wrap it inside a div. In React, any component you put in the return statement must be, everything must be inside one div. There has to be a div root element. So now we have it. We can start creating a navigation. One cool thing we can do is to go copy already designed navigation. We can do Tailwind navigation. bar. So it's gonna open Tailwind navigation bar. So we see already designed components, okay, and then copy. You have to watch out for the version, because what we're saying here is version 1, and we need to deal with the latest Tailwind. Okay, and doesn't work. We have to go back to Google. So when you are trying to copy code for Tailwind, watch out for the version. If it's version 1, then it's wrong. So you can just go somewhere, look at Tailwind UI, go copy wherever. There are so many designs on Google. But here I want us to write it one by one so we can figure out. So this is a sample navigation in Tailwind. See? Then you can copy. If you click code, then you can copy, see? So Tailwind allows you to write a very, very long code without ever writing CSS, and trust me, it's simple. But I want us to, in the spirit of keeping it simple, let's write it ourselves. So we'll do nav, okay, class name. Now in React, you don't put class. If you're writing HTML, you don't use class. You have to use class name, and all the attributes has to be like that. For instance, if you want to write onClick, in normal JavaScript you write, or HTML you write onClick like this, but in React you have to capitalize it this way, onClick. Alright, so we'll do nav class name. We'll give it a class border B. That's border bold P 6. That's its padding 6. So we'll give it a padding of 6. Okay, cool. And nav. So as usual, we can go to the extensions here and look for something for React. So we'll do something for React, and it shows us React Redux. Okay, React Native. We're not coding React Native now. So what we can do Next.js. Prisma name automatically add types. Okay, and Next.js snippets. Good. Okay, so we're good. We've added the two of them. So when we're typing Next.js code now, it should know. And I think we've already added that of Tailwind. Okay, so here we'll do P class name. Yeah, class name is text for Excel. So our text should be very bold. All right. Font should be bold. This is big text. You have 1 XL, 2 XL to almost 7 XL. So the font should be bold, and that's it. Then that should be the name of the app. The name of the app is forgotten what we called it. We called it Brain Partner Verse Token. I think in our contract we called it Partner Verse Tokens. Okay. So that's the name we're going to use. But this time around, it's going to be marketplace, okay? In our code, app.js, it's a partner verse market. Okay, NFT market. Alright, let's go check out what it looks like on the design on the front end yet. So you see here, you see. So let's continue till we're done. I'll close this up. Good. So the next thing is div. Make sure we have a class name. And the class name for this div is flex. Okay, empty. This margin top 4 pixels. Okay, and then we have a link. Href. Where's the link going to home page? And then this is how you add link in the class name in Next.js. So after typing link, you still have to add the anchor tag there without having the href. So now we can write home. So this is how you write link. You write link and you put the href in the link, but then the anchor tag itself will no longer have href. So this is margin right, okay? Margin right 4. And the text. So this is how to color text. This 500 here means the intensity of the pink. So it can start from 100 to 900. How intense the pink will be. So we now have home, and let's keep going. This link is gonna be create item. Create item. Okay. So here it's gonna be /create item. Okay. / class name should be margin right 6. Okay, and text pin 500. Say sell. We can do NFT, okay, or digital assets. All right. So we create the next link. We copy, duplicate, paste here, and then we call it my assets. Remember, we want somebody to click and see their assets. Okay, class name, margin right 6, text pink. Okay, so we'll call it my NFT. My NFT. Good. Another link, we have creator dashboard. So asset creator dashboard. Creator dashboard. Okay, margin right 6 and creator dashboard. Okay. One big challenge we're having right now is that Tailwind is not reflecting. So this looks like regular text. So what we're going to do is go to Google, type how to install Tailwind in Next.js, and the very first step. So we want to reinstall Tailwind because we changed node version. So it says look at this. The command says start a new app, which we've already done. We have an app running. It says npm install Tailwind post-CSS auto-prefixer. So I'll right click, copy, go to my command prompt and stop my server, which is Ctrl+C, and right click and paste. Hit enter, and this should install or at least reinstall Tailwind. So once it's installed, we go to tailwind.config.js. Okay, we'll have to run this. We'll have to initialize Tailwind. I think we missed this particular step. And give it a few seconds. It's going to install the Tailwind. Installed. Let's go ahead with the next, which is we'll paste. Okay, Tailwind init-p. So it has installed, and the next thing is it said we should go to module exports, Tailwind config.js, and paste this. Okay, so add the paths to all your config templates. So if we go to our code, so go to our code, and on the right path here, you will see that there is Tailwind config. So our config is empty. Paste, serve. And then the last one, we've already done that before, which is here. It says that we should copy all this and paste. So we've already done that. We should paste it in global CSS. Okay, styles global CSS. So we go to styles global CSS. You see, we've done that before, but I can paste now. Okay, so what we can do now is to run npm run dev as they said. Here we can run npm run dev, and Tailwind should start working as long as everything went well. So we'll do npm run dev. This restarts our server at localhost 3000. So if we return to that, localhost 3000, here, okay, we can reload now, and hopefully everything works. Boom! You see, that was great. That was really nice. One thing is, from Bootstrap, you can never be able to paint a text pink in Bootstrap. All right. So that's why Tailwind is really powerful. So here, we go to pages, we go to pages, and then we go to index.js. We have to import some things. All right, so let's import new things. So we import ethers because we want to sync our front end to the smart contract. So we import ethers, okay, from ethers, okay, and then we import use effect and use state. Use effect. So use effect helps us keep track of our local state, and use state it helps us to invoke a function when it's a hook, helps us to invoke a function when a component loads. So we do import Axios from Axios. Okay, this has to be from. Okay, using Axios for data fetching, and one last thing we need is Web3. So import capital letter Web3 model. Remember we installed it in CSS from Web3 model. Okay, this will help people connect to their Ethereum wallet, MetaMask or whatever they are using. So we're good. We've imported the things we need. Now we can start coding. We need to have the NFT address and the NFT market address. So in the root folder, empty space here, you can right click and create a new file, or you just come to the top here and say create a new file. A root folder, call it config.js. Now it's config.js. We export two functions with two variables, export const NFT address. So we just want to have our NFT address just one place in the app. So Ctrl C, Ctrl V, and this one is going to be NFT market address. Okay, NFT market address. Okay, cool. So our index.js file, we can now import the config file. So we do import. This is how it's done. Import what? We import those two variables, NFT address from config. Okay, we can also do a comma here and import the other one, NFT market address. So I just want to be sure I'm using the correct spelling, NFT market. Copy to avoid a typo and paste. Okay, good. How about something called ABI? All right, application binary interface. It's the opposite of not opposite, but the brother to API. Okay, so this is called ABI, and this is called API, application programming interface. Programming interface, API. See, so regular programming, when two servers want to talk to each other, they have to use API. So let's say server 1 is talking to server 2, has to generate a JSON object representation, like a file that contains a JSON representation of the whatever information it wants to pass. So I'll call it API.json, a JSON file that this other server 2 will read. So server 2 will make a reference to this. All right, so this is how it works. So let's say you have your website domain name, okay, facebook.com. all right. Now, if I want to build a mobile app that uses a Facebook feature, let's say a certain feature on Facebook like groups, a mobile app that will consume their API, this mobile app will make a request to Facebook, and Facebook will give my mobile app access to a file, a JSON file, okay, that contains details of everything that it needs. But in blockchain development, that thing is called API. So when you write your smart contract, your JavaScript file or Web3.js will not be able to read. We can't read that smart contract from this JavaScript file. So what happens is that Hardhat generates an API for you. So if we click on artifacts, click on contracts, we'll see this contract.sol. When we open it, you now see .json, nft.json. If we click on it, you see this JSON file. This JSON file contains all the details in as if it's objects. All right. The difference between JSON and object is that in objects, in JavaScript, the left side is not a string, but in JSON, the left and the right side are both enclosed in quotes. So in case you ever asked any there. So, but otherwise they look identical. All right. So in JSON, the left side is always in quotes. Okay. So this contains, we can make reference to this to get all these details. So once we make reference to anonymous, it gives us false, input gives us this, and a whole lot of things. If you go to the very bottom, then you'll see the address. Okay, before we get here, the very bottom somewhere, you'll see the actual address of this smart contract. Okay, yeah, somewhere here. Oops. Here. Alright, so around here you will start seeing some really details, important details about this smart contract. I don't want to scroll all the way to look for it. So, but this is basically what it is. It does the same thing for all the contracts you wrote. So for the next contract, you're going to see it here. Now, another thing I want to point out is that apart from this, let's say you delete this, because Hardhat generates this all the time. If you're coding Truffle, every time you run Truffle compile, Truffle generates this folder. But in our own case, Hardhat will generate it because we're using Hardhat instead of Truffle. So if I delete this folder now, delete. Alright, if I come to our command prompt, let me stop this, Control C, stop this. If we do npm hardhat compile, alright, npx hardhat compile. It's compiling, and keep your eye here. It's going to generate another artifacts folder. So if every time you edit your smart contract, all right, just know that Hardhat generated a version of it as a JSON. So you may want to run Hardhat compile again just to be sure that the ABI is the most updated one. So let's say we are trying to work on the front end and we figure out that something wasn't written correctly, and we go to our contracts folder, open our nft.sol, and then we edit something here. All right. Normally, Hardhat is supposed to by itself generate something in the folder, right? In the artifacts folder, generate another ABI for you. All right. Hardhat is supposed to do that. So, but just to be sure, you want to run this Hardhat compile again. All right. npx Hardhat compile. You want to run it again, just to be sure that the file, the information in your API is the latest. Okay. So if you're wondering why I have this error says trying to use non-local installation of Hardhat, which is not supported. Please install Hardhat locally using npm or yarn. Yeah, because we're using another node version different from the one we used before. So remember, node version. This is a problem you may not be facing. I'm using 14. But where we installed Hardhat is in node 18. So if I do npm use 17, node 17, all right. So switching to node 17 alone, not node but nvm. This switches to node 17. So if we run that now, we shouldn't have an issue. Okay. Otherwise, you'll have to install Hardhat in node 14. So you see that compilation happened within seconds. In less than 1 second, the moment we switch to node 17, and here now we have artifacts, and then we have contracts, NFT, and so on. All right. In NFT market.sol, now we have NFT.json. See. So that's it. Let's go back to our index. Let me close some of this. That's all. App.js. Always. Just to have some space here. Config. App.js. Okay. And then we're working with index.js. Okay. So in index, now here we can start with import. All right. So we import NFT from the API so that our code can start reading our smart contract. So we'll call it artifacts. So we're going to this artifacts folder. We're going to contracts, and we're going to nft.sol, and we're going to nft.json. All right, good. Next, we'll duplicate this line and do the same thing from here. Artifacts. What we're trying to import is market. So do artifacts / market.sol / market.json. Okay, market.json. So that's how we roll. Okay, good. Now we've imported these two, so I'll just close all the space here. Start writing some code. So we'll do const, okay, NFTs, set NFTs, okay, equals use state. Alright, so we want to be able to set NFTs and resets. So const, we want to know when our page is loading, and we should be able to set loading state. These are just variables we want to use, and they are going to be use state, not loaded. Okay, so these are just basic variables we'll be using. Alright, so now let's create two functions. So the first function is async. Remember, once we want to talk to the blockchain, we have to use an async because it may just take time before it returns. So load NFTs this way, and so I'll do const provider, okay, equal to new headers.providers.json provider, JSON RPC provider. Now before we even finish this, alright, we need, every time this page is loaded, this function has to run. As you can see, we're still defining the function, we've not run it, so we use effect. That's what use effect is for, to be able to run a function. Use effect, okay, and semicolon like this, and then load NFT, load NFTs. Okay, so we're just calling that function, and then here we do this and then this. Okay, so that's how you call a function. So any function you want it to run once the page loads, you put it here. So let's continue. So here, semicolon, I'm used to putting semicolon, but this is JavaScript, you don't really have to. Okay, I'm just used to. Const, okay, token contract equal to new headers dot contract, okay, and NFT address dot NFT dot API provider. So basically, what we're doing here is we're trying to make a connection to this API here. Alright, so we established the provider that is a JSON RPC provider. Okay, this is just how you do it in headers. You can go to Google and Google how to make a connection to API using headers. It's just this way. This is just how it has to be. You do new headers contract. So we're now talking to the NFT address. Now you need to know also that you can use Web3, like we're using headers here, but there is another library, Web3, not Web3 model, but Web3.js, okay, that you can use, and they have their own way of connecting. So if you go to Google and say Web3.js docs, okay, in Google, if you click on read the docs, in Web3.js docs. So if you see here, you see getting started, and it tells you you have to install npm install Web3. Once you install Web3, here you just import it. You see, you import it first. You see, in Node.js we're using, you do const Web3 equal to require Web3, or you do import. Okay, import Web3 from Web3. Once you have done that, this is how you establish connection, but we're using headers, alright? So we're only going to use Web3 model for popping up the MetaMask. Alright, so let's continue. Do the same thing, Control A, Control C, Control V, but this time around we're working with the market, okay? Market. And here, instead of token contract, we call it market contract. Okay, market contract. And Ether's NFT address, this is NFT market address. Okay, and market, and we're good. .abi, we're good here. So we'll do const data. Okay, equal to await market contract dot fetch. Now you see we are accessing the function inside market contract. So fetch market items. All right, remember this function in our contract, but we're doing that through the one inside ABI. Just a quick memory refresh. Remember that inside contracts we have NFT market, and we have fetch. Where is it? Fetch market items. Fetch market items. But the most important thing here is that it's returning an array. As you can see here, it returns an array of items. Okay. So here, say return an array of unsold market items. Alright, good. Let's write some more code. Okay, so now we have to map over the items, alright, and get the details. Okay, so we'll do const token URI equal to await, because we always have to use async await. Okay, so we'll do token contract dot token URI. Okay, just like we did before in the test, we do I dot token ID, and now we can do some interesting. We have to put this inside the mapping. Okay, so from here, let me close off this so that's easy to see. So we have to put it inside the mapping. Let's do the map there. We'll do const items equal to await, and promise dot all data map async I, just like we did in the test file, to be able to get the items one after the other. And now we've done this, we can have this inside. I think the two of them go, so we can then have them inside. Alright, so now we're mapping over them. We can do meta equal to await Axios. Remember that Axios help us to get data token URI. Okay, and then let's price auto details dot format units I dot price dot store string. Okay, item. And then let item equal to price, yeah, comma, token ID. I know this now looks familiar to you by now. Token ID, yeah, that's to number 2. So we'll convert it to number, and then comma seller I dot seller. I have to move this out. Okay, comma, then owner I dot owner, and then we'll do image meta data image, and then we'll do name meta data name, and then we'll do description meta data description. Yeah, good. So once we're done here, okay, we can return item. So return item, the item. All right. So here we're gonna call set NFTs. Okay, and then items, and we're going to say set loading state. loaded. So we want this to, our page is going to be dynamic, so we have to be able to tell when a page is loading and when it's not. If you're wondering where these guys are coming from, it's because we already have them in a use state. Okay, let's do the first interesting thing we want to do here. So let's do an if statement to check, simply check if it's still loading. So let's say if the page has loaded and there is no NFT, just tell the person there's no items in marketplace. Okay, so do if loading state, okay, is equal to loaded, and that is if loading state has loaded and there is no NFT length. Okay, return h1. H1, of course, will do class name just to make it well formatted. So we'll do class name px20 py10 text 3xl. Okay, like that. So this basically means padding horizontal, padding vertical, and the size of the text should just be no items in marketplace. Okay, good. So so far so good. The next thing we want to do right above here is to create another function for purchasing of NFT. I'll do async function by NFT. Okay, NFT. So here, I'll space this out, close this space. So here we can start doing something interesting. We're going to use Web3 provider because we want a kind of pop-up to show them their MetaMask. Okay, new Web3 model. Be careful with the wordings. Okay, so this is capital letter W and this is small letter. Okay, new Web3 model, and then const connection equal to await. Okay, Web3 model dot connect. Okay, and then we have const provider. That's a new ethos dot provider. So we're going to be using the Web3 provider for Web3. Make sure it's capital. Web3 provider. Okay, connection. So this is exactly how you do connection. Okay, so now we have to sign it. So okay, sign the transaction and const signer equal to provider dot get signer. So these are functions available inside Web3. So remember, in ethos providers, these are functions inside there. Alright, so let's make reference to the contract itself. So we'll do const contract equal to ethos dot utils. Okay, ethos dot contract NFT market address, comma market API. Okay, comma signer. So we're now passing in the signer as an argument. Okay, so it's now the address for the guy making the transaction. So we'll do const price equal to ethos dot utils dot pass units. So we're getting the price from this NFT we're passing here. So as we pass this NFT, we can have access to the price. Okay, but we'll convert it to string. And then we'll tell it the denomination, which is Ether. Let's create a variable for creating a market sale. So we'll do const transaction, okay, equal to await and contract. So remember this contract here, where we have made a connection to market API. So we now have access to the create market sale function there. So create market sale NFT address. Okay, NFT token ID. Okay, so once you have your token ID, then you pass in the value. So the value is the price. And remember, we have this price. So then next, make sure that all the we're trying to make sure that our code is correct. So this shouldn't close here. It should close here. Okay, then we'll do await transaction wait. So this is how we make a transaction, right? So let's comment this so it becomes really easy to get. So here sets the price or get the price. Okay, set the price, then make the shell, and then we'll say load NFT. So what does it say? This simply says load the NFT. So we're running this. We'll run this again because this will always give us a list of NFTs, alright, remaining unsold NFTs. That's what this will always give us. Okay, so I think we're generally okay. So what I have here is async. I hope it didn't repeat the mistake, and I hope there's no other mistake anywhere. Okay. I don't know why that was turning red. Okay, good. We're good. Let's now define the home page. But first of all, let's take a look at our app. Make sure that the server is running. Server is not running, so we'll do npm run dev. Hit enter. Npm run dev. Okay. So here, as you can see, it's complaining that styles is not defined. This styles is not defined. The reason is simple. We removed the import, so we don't even need the whole of this. So let's remove everything inside here. Okay, now we can start coding. So do our div. There must be a root element in React. Do div flex justify center. So everything must be in the center. And then we do div. I could copy and paste this, but actually I just want you to watch the coding process. Okay, you can fast forward if you don't want. So the class name for the second div is px4. Okay, so that's the horizontal padding. And then we do style. This way. Okay, max width. So we do 1600 pixels. Okay, and then now we can start with a div. Okay, last name equal to grid calls one column. This is for small screens. Grid for number of columns for the grid should be 2. For large screen, grid calls 4. Like I said, we don't need to know all these standard details. You could just hijack the code from somewhere on the internet, a code that does exactly what you want. And of course, you can do this with Bootstrap if you are more comfortable with Bootstrap or your regular HTML, CSS. Okay, now we have to look through and display our NFTs. Okay, so we'll do NFTs, okay, .map. So the NFTs variable we declared earlier up the page. So this guy, the NFTs we declared, alright. So come back. NFT. Okay. Comma I. So here, now we can do div. So for each iteration, in React, you must uniquely identify each iteration. Okay, so that's why there's a key attribute. It's just a React thing that each iteration must be uniquely identified. Class name. So we set the border, add a shadow to it, make it rounded. Okay, make it large or rounded large. Okay, overflow hidden. Okay, and now we can display the image. Okay, if we say image src nft.image, that's the source of the image, and then we close, and then we'll do another div, class name, padding 4. Alright, we'll do paragraph style. Let's give it a height of 64 pixels. So you don't use quotes here. The height is 64 pixels. So this is React's way of adding height. So do text 2XL, font semi-bold. Alright, this way. nft.name. Okay. Div style equal to height. Okay, make sure that this is 2 and this is 2. Alright. So the div style height, give it 70 pixels. 70 pixels.
So if you're looking for an admin template that is already built with HTML, CSS and JavaScript that you can add to any of your designs, whether Django, Laravel, PHP, Python website, this is it. So it's already designed for you. You just need to take it and start writing your code inside it and then editing. So there are so many settings. There are widgets. Okay, so many widgets. You just need to edit and hide some of this. It's just plain HTML. See? So instead of you having bad designs, just use this and plug in. Look at if you want to design an e-commerce site, they have designed all the e-commerce pages for you. For instance, let's choose product comparison. Okay, so this is a sample product comparison page. You just edit the HTML, put your own picture, and write your own code to fetch this information from your database. The design is already there. If you go to components, you see so many. They have so many different types of buttons, alerts, accordions. You see all these things are already there. So anyone you want to use, once you get this script, you just copy the HTML, and then there are so many forms, even date pickers. So this is a complete. If I click this now, you see that I can pick a date. So if you're building something that needs a date, there are tables, there are authentication, for instance, user login, sign up page. So look at this sign in cover. There are different types of sign in pages. You see, with Facebook, Apple sign in, Google sign in, everything already done for you. So if you need this, you definitely need it. Just check the link below and go and get it, and some other scripts. I'll put links to other scripts that will make your software development easier. Just take them, download the script, and then add it to your project, and your project will start looking really amazing. Alright, thank you very much. See you.
And then we add overflow. Okay, hidden. And then we can do P, class name. The text color should be gray, 400, and what we're describing there is NFT description. Good. Some correction here. remove this bracket, one of it, and put it here. Alright, so we're good. So same thing with here. We'll do div class name, and the class name is P for BG black. And if you don't want to type all this, just know that check the link in the description section below. You would see the link to GitHub where we have them. So GitHub, text2xl, MD4, okay, font bold, text white. Okay, so the text is going to be white, and now we can do nft.price. So this is how we display the price, and the price is in F. Okay, so we do this price.f. So we'll add a button. So class name, and the button is going to be extend to the full width, and the button will be pink in color. 500. So the text will be white, the font will be bold, and the padding with 2 pixels, and the pattern X will be 12. Okay, so but that's not all. It should be rounded, and then when it is clicked, on click, remember what I told you about on click? When it is clicked, we should run this function. The buy NFT function should be run, buy NFT, and that function have to pass in the NFT, and then we'll do something like this. Say buy, we can do buy NFT. So the question now is, why is this way? Because we close this here, and we should close it here instead. We should close it in rounded, okay? Close it in rounded, and on click equals, okay, equals, yeah. Alright, so far so good. Because I have an error somewhere saying if I place my mouse here, it says div has no corresponding closing tag, so it's just a HTML problem. So at the bottom here, it seems we need an extra div to close it. Okay, so we're going to be needing an extra div. So we're missing a div here, and that's fixed it. Check out our browser, alright, our app. What we notice is that it's complaining about something somewhere, saying the style prop expects a mapping from style properties to values. So probably some typo that we have somewhere around style. Okay, so here, and here says do not use image. So do not use image, instead use image from next image. Okay, and it's giving us a link to check, alright, on Next.js documentation. So we could go to Next.js documentation and go check it out. Alright, but before then, that's not our main problem. Our main problem is that it's struggling with style. So if you look here, it's complaining about style, alright? It's complaining is here, we opened style with a quote, we shouldn't. So here, the style prop, and then this should have quotes, so it's just a typo on our part. So this would work, but it's more advised that you use the Next.js method of adding images. To Google Next.js documentation, you see once you click on the documentation, here you type image or next/image, image component and image optimization. So alright, so next/image. So the first thing is to import it at the top. So we go here in our index. So at the top here, somewhere, just import next image, and the next thing here is to use it. Okay, so we have to use it. So this is how it is used. You just import it this way. So here we're going to paste. Oops, I didn't copy what I coded. Or we could type it out manually. No need to copy. So here we paste. Make sure our code is arranged properly. And now we can say the source is NFT SL. So, and I could do away with this and do away with the rest of this. I think I will leave this here just in case we need to set the height and width of this. But you see, the error is gone. Alright, next thing is we have to deploy this script so that it can work, because if you come here on our browser and just take a look at what's happening here, you see that it's throwing an error, resolver address not configured ENS. Alright, so we have to deploy this script to the test blockchain. So here, we'll look for the scripts. Alright, so let me minimize all the other things. Inside the script, you see that it gave us a sample script for deployment. Okay, this script handles deployments sample. So, but we have to rename it to deploy just for fun. Okay, it doesn't mean deploy.js. Yeah, it doesn't mean that you can't leave it at what it is. So you can leave all these comments, or you can remove it if you are bothered by it. But you know, this is trying to deploy greater and greater, but no, we want to deploy something else, which is our NFT contract. First, we have to let go of the greater and change it to NFT market. Okay, and then I have to copy this because I use it many times. So say NFT market here, and then NFT market here, and what else? I think we're done. So we'll do NFT market, small letter. Okay, take note of the letter. So here we're deploying it. We'll deploy it, and we'll see console.log NFT market. So NFT market deployed. Okay. So now we've console.logged it. Now let's do the same thing for NFT, because we have two smart contracts. Okay, so we'll copy and paste. Okay. Now it's duplicated. So here we're gonna do NFT. I'll copy it because I hate to type NFT. We're deploying NFT. Now this one doesn't need an argument, so we'll let it go. One of our contracts need an argument. So NFT in constructor. Let me confirm. In the constructor. Okay, NFT market does not need, but NFT needs in the constructor. It needs the market address. Okay, so we're gonna use that. So in deploy.js, we'll do NFT. Okay, NFT. Now here we'll do NFT market. Okay, the NFT market dot address. So we're using the address from the NFT. Alright, and then we'll deploy it. NFT deployed. Then we'll console.log it. Say NFT deployed to NFT. Okay, cool. We need to run a local node. Alright. So I'll open another command prompt. So here our server is running. We need like one or two more command prompts to be open. Now in Windows you have to open another command prompt, but in Linux, in Mac, I just have to press Command T. It will open a new tab for me. Okay, so in this tab I will run the npx node, npx hard hat node. Now there's also this other tab where our server is running for the Next.js. I'll need another tab. There's an error, I'll fix it. I'll need another tab too. So digital envelope routines, you know what that means? It means that we're running a higher version of Node. If I do node -- version, it will tell me I'm in Node 17. So I'll switch to Node 14. Once you see digital envelope routines, so nvm use 14. Okay, now we've switched to 14. We can run the hard hat. Okay, node, and boom, the node is running. Just getting set up. Okay, so while it's setting up, I'll do Command T again to open another terminal, and with this terminal, I'm going to deploy. And again, make sure that you're inside the project folder. So we're going to run npx hard hat run scripts slash deploy.js. That's the file. We are simply saying go to the script folder, run this file. Okay. So the JS. So we set the network to the localhost. So we're deploying on localhost first. Localhost. Okay. If this works successfully, we should see some transaction on our node server here. Okay, I think I still need to fix something here. Trying to use a non-local installation of Hardhat. Yeah, we need to install Hardhat. Go to Google and say install Hardhat, and you click, and it opens. So we can just find that this is how to install Hardhat. So we have to install it in node 14. Copy. Okay. So if it's installed correctly, you'll see this. So here, install, paste. And this is gonna take a few seconds. Okay. Meanwhile, our server is running. Okay. So I'm gonna wait for this. Hardhat has to be running before we deploy this. Okay. Hardhat has been installed, and so far no errors, just warning, which is very normal. So we do up arrow until we see npm install, not this. We do npx hardhat node. Okay. Okay, cool. So now the interesting thing is it's created addresses, private keys for us, and put 10,000 at each for us there. So now if we come to our other command prompt here and run this npx hardhat run script deploy and hit enter, keep an eye, something will happen here. You see, it went successfully. So contract deployment, you see, the address from value, gas used, you see. So, and we're still deploying on the interesting thing is, so this has run, right? Okay, but we had a typo here. So we ran npx hardhat run script deploy, and it deployed the NFT market correctly and gave us the address. But then this one we had a typo, and it's telling us that it's in deploy.js line 25. So we'll go to line 25. And how did it end up here? I accidentally closed something, so I have to go back to it. Okay, so let me open the code editor, type code, and open. So we go to deploy.js line 25. Instead of NFT, we did NFI market instead of NFT. Okay, so now we can deploy again here, up arrow, and npx hardhat run script deploy. And a few seconds, it's going to generate the address we're going to use. Good. So it has deployed this contract and it has given us the address. So NFT market deployed to this address. So here we open config.js and you see that we left this empty initially. So here we can say NFT market has been deployed to this address. Copy and go to NFT market and paste it here. So the second one is NFT deployed to this address. Okay. Make sure it's in config.js. We enter it here. Now our code can work perfectly on the local host. All right. First things first. Let's look at our NFT. You see, so far we just have no NFT. That's why we're saying this. So our code is working well so far. So the next thing we're going to do is to create a link for people to be able to create their NFT. Okay, so we're going to create the create NFT page. And how do we do that? We come to pages and create a new JS file. Right click, new file. We call it create item.js. Okay, hit enter, and now we can start writing some code. Okay, so the first thing we do is to import. So import the use state, okay, from React. So I'll duplicate this line into many places. Then the next thing I want to import is ethos. Ethos from ethos. And then create as IPFS, because now we need to upload images, so we have to import the library that will help us to upload images. So let's create as IPFS HTTP client. So the next one is router. Okay, use router from next router. Okay, or routing. And then lastly is the Web3 model that we had before. So we can do some Web3 Ninja Magic. Web3 model from Web3 model. Web3 model. So as usual, pay attention to the spellings. This is capital letter and this is small letter, alright? Small letter W. We need to connect to Infura, get Infura domain for the IPFS. So if we Google Infura IPFS client and click, this is the official Infura domain. Under IPFS, you can read through and see how to connect. But we're gonna do it. Sorry for that. We're gonna do it the Node.js way, all right? To connect. So I just want to show you where to get the information if you need to use it. Okay. All right. So now back to our code. Let's make a connection. And I told you we're trying to handle file upload, right? Const client equals to IPFS HTTP client, all right? And then we connect to what Infura. So this domain, use this domain exactly as it is, IPFS.infura.io, and the port is 5001. Okay, 5001 API/API/v0. Okay, the first version of the API. Now, if you're watching this from the future and this link doesn't work, I've already told you, go to their documentation and get the working link. Okay, as you can see, the documentation contains links, all right, for IPFS upload. Just read this and you'll see I'm at the time that they are still at their version 1.0. You see? Okay, so the next line, semicolon, not compulsory, but the next line we'll do import. We're still importing, so what do we import now? We're going to import NFT address. Okay, and NFT market address. Now, in case, remember that we had some NFT in our config here. We had this. Now, because we deployed on our local system and we got this, if you shut down your system and you restart it and you try to run your platform again, the OpenSea platform we created, if you try to run it and it doesn't work, just know it's because this the server has shut down and these things have disappeared. So you have to deploy again, run npx hat deploy, so that you can deploy your project again and get new keys and replace them with this. So this is how to continue development after your system has shut down. Okay, otherwise just hibernate your system. So now we're done. We'll go back to create item. So we import two of them, make sure the spellings are correct. NFT market address. Okay, and then close. Alright, so we'll tell it where to import the thing from config, right? .config. So that's just it. Finally, let's import our API, and instead of typing everything, I'll just go to app.js where we did the import. At the top, I've gone to app.js. I'm gonna copy. Okay, not app.js, but index. Okay, index.js, these two lines. So I'm gonna copy them. These two lines. Copy. Okay, and then come back to createItem.js and paste. Let's paste it under here. Alright, So now let's start actually adding information. So here we're going to say export default, okay, function create item. Okay, this is just a regular Next.js way of adding information. So now we're going to declare the necessary variables we'll be using. Okay, so the first one will be file URL. Okay, second one will be set file URL. Okay, and then we set them to use state. If you don't know what use state is, it's a React way of doing things. Basically, setting variables that you can use. So here we're setting another set of variables, form input. We're gonna need them. Update form input. Form input. Okay, so we set it to use state, and then it's gonna contain price colon empty, and then the name too will be empty, and then the description too will be empty for now. Okay, we're gonna set it further down, and then const router. Remember, the router will define use router. Okay, so getting everything. Now we're going to monitor the onChange event. Okay, so first things first, async function. Okay, onChange. This is a function we're gonna call a little later. So here we say const file equal to e.target, because we're gonna create a form. We're gonna create a form a little later down the page, so we just want to be able to manage the form. Okay, so we'll do a try catch exception. Exception console.log. Okay, all right. Here we're going to try the upload. So try uploading the file. Okay, I'll come back and add more comments. So, but let's finish the code we're writing first. So here we will define a const and say added. Okay, equal to await client.add. So what happens in client.add? We try to add the item. So we say file, and then we say to monitor progress. So while it's uploading, we can say 10% uploaded, 20% like that. So do prog, and we'll do this way, console.log. So we're gonna spit it out on the console, but you know you can always use like a nice modal to display it. So do received, okay, then $, then prog. So this is a way we can use to monitor file upload progress. Then the next thing is we want to know where it was uploaded to. So it was uploaded to this URL. So Infura is helping us to host it, but at the same time, let's track the Infura URL that helped us to host it. So HTTPS ipfs.infura.io/ipfs. Okay, now here we know that this is where Infura will upload it, so we can now attach the file path, all right, to it. So this is how we will save it. So now let's save it. Set file URL. So URL. So now we know where the file lives. Set file URL. Okay. File saved in the URL below. URL path below. Okay. So we set it to, remember, set file URL that we declared here. Okay. Now we have the address of where the file was uploaded to. Deal with two more functions. One, we can say one create item, okay, and upload to IPFS. That item could be image or video. Okay. And then secondly, the second function should be to list item for sale. Okay. So those two functions are what we're going to create here. So as usual, we do an async. Okay. So async, the first function here, let's start typing async. Function create item. I know I made a mistake in the spelling, so create item. Okay, so the spelling here and a little mistake, and say const name description and price. Okay, equal to form input. Okay, so if name description, because this key, if you don't know what it is, this is the key above your enter key on your keyboard. Okay, if there is no name, or there is no description, or there is no price, okay, that's what we're saying here. Or there is no price, okay, or there is no file URL, or there is no file URL specified, then return const data equal to JSON.stringify. Okay, let's turn what we received as string name description image file URL. Okay, cool. So now let's do a try catch exception. I'll explain this shortly, but let's finish typing first. Try catch exception const added await client.add data. So const URL equal to HTTPS. I should have just copied it from here. Const URL. Copy const URL, and then say create sale URL. Now, so basically what we're trying to do is pass the URL to save it on Polygon after it has been uploaded to IPFS. Okay, so we have to catch it. So catch any possible errors, then log it to the console.log. Console.log also error uploading file. Then we'll spit out what the error is. So we spit out what the error is. Error. Okay. So let's look at the code we just wrote. All right. Basically, what we did in this first line is to get the value from the form input we are going to create here, right? Form input we're going to create below, and here we're going to check. Okay, we want to terminate this function if. So this is basically form validation. So this return statement will terminate this function if this is true. So this is also the same thing as doing something like this. I think it will be easier for many people to understand this way. Alright, so this way. Okay, so basically form validation, if those things don't exist, then we terminate the whole process. And otherwise, if it exists, we turn stringify it. Okay, so JSON stringify, turn it to strings. And why do I have this file URL? Okay, this is capitals. Okay, let's write the create sale app function. We'll do async. Okay, I'm gonna scroll up so that we can see it. Async function, and then create sale. Remember, we are passing the URL into the create sale. So we'll do const web 3 model. So basically, instead of me doing all this, we just want to make a connection to the person's MetaMask. All right. So we'll go to here, and this place that we did, we'll get the sign in. Okay, here. So we'll just copy this so that we can get the signer and make sure from here. So instead of retyping, so in index by NFT, so here we're trying to just do exactly the same thing. Paste. Exactly the same thing. So let's just cross check that everything is fine. Let us provide us with the mobile connection. And, here we're getting the signer. So for this time around, it's NFT that we are connecting to. We get the signer, and then we connect to NFT. Instead of market, we'll do NFT. Okay, so then we create a select transaction. So here we can just do let. Okay. Const sign. Do let contract. Okay. So let contract. Okay. Let transaction. Let the transaction be await contract.create token. Remember, we have this create token URL, create token function in our contract. So let tx equal to await transaction await, and then just like transaction, not await now, but here it's wait. Just take note of that. Here is wait. So once the transaction happens, we create some variables to monitor an event. So transaction.events at 0, and then we duplicate, then value. The value is events.args, and then finally let's token ID value total number. So here, basically what we're trying to do is get the token ID from the transaction that occurred above. Okay, so there is an events array that is returned. Okay, the first item from that event is the event, then the third item is the token ID. You see, we need to convert it to a number. Okay, so that's how we ended up with all these three magic. Okay, so next we get a reference to the price entered in the form we're going to create. All right, so to do that, we'll do const price equal to ethers dot utils dot pass units form input dot price. Okay, whatever they entered, we want to convert it to ether. So this helps us to convert it to ether. Okay, so that we don't have an astronomically large number. Contract new ethers. So we're making a reference to what happened here? Ethers dot contract. Basically, this is what we're trying to do here, but we want to make reference to another ABI or another smart contract. Instead of NFT, we want to make reference to the NFT market. Okay, so here we'll do NFT market, or instead we'll call it market. Okay, so exactly like this. So let's contract. Okay, instead of let's Now we've connected to the contract, we can start doing some interesting things, which is, for instance, get the listing price. Okay, so how do we do that? We'll do let listing, small letter L, listing price equal to away. Okay, contract, so make a reference to that function for getting listing price, get listing price. Okay, so now we've made the reference. You can say listing price equal to listing price dot toString. So we have to convert it to a string. And the next thing is transaction. Do transaction equal to await. We'll wait for the contract to create a market item. Remember, we have this method inside there. So we pass in the following details because that's what the method requires: token ID, price, value, listing price. Okay. So far so good. Once it's done, we have to wait for it to done. So we do await transaction dot wait. Okay. So once the transaction happens, we have to redirect. So do router.push. That's what router is for, and we're redirecting to the home. Okay. All right. Yeah, we've done everything. So let's actually print our view. All right. So here we do return brackets. Then we start writing our HTML. So I could just go online, copy any form, Tailwind form, but I would like to type it out so that you can just get a feel of the whole process. Okay, so otherwise you could just go online, look for a good form, justify center, and then div class name equal to width. This is 50% width. That's 1/2, and then flex is flex core padding button 12. Okay, so we'll do the first input placeholder. The placeholder we can call it asset name. Okay, and secondly we call the second one class name. Okay, empty 8, border, rounded, padding 4, and then we'll do on change. When it is clicked, when there is a change, all right, what do? We'll get, then we call this function update form input. So we already defined that function, so let's pass the parameters inside. So we already defined that function. So we pass the parameters. So with the structure, the form input. So in case you don't know the meaning of this dot, it just means stretch out the array or split out the contents there, basically in a layman's language. So e.target dot value. So this form input here, if you scroll up, you see that that's what we have here. Okay, so then once we've sorted the form input, we'll close the form input. Okay, now we've closed it, we can do the same thing for text area. So let's do text area, placeholder, and the placeholder is asset description. Okay, or item description. I think this should be item description, whatever, doesn't really matter. So description, class name, m2, border, rounded, p4. All right, then I'll change, go to e, this update form input. So we do the same thing, the structure of the form input, and this time around it's description. So I'll copy this. out of sheer laziness. So here will be the description. Okay, so look through everything, make sure everything is fine. Then we'll close the text area like so. Okay, so we still have one more. You can put an input. We'll duplicate this guy, put under, and this time around it's the price. Okay, so instead of so call it asset price in S. Okay, and then update form input, just make sure that we call this price. Okay, whatever the user enters. So finally, we have to give an opportunity for file upload. So the same thing, file upload, input. Okay, input close. Then this time around we're dealing with file upload. So say type, go to file, and then name, go to assets, and then class name, go to my 4. Okay, then unchange, go to unchange. Alright, so that's it. I almost forgot, we need a button. So we need a button on click. Okay, and we call it create market. Okay, on click, class name, and the class name is font bold, margin top 4, background pink, 500, and text white, rounded, padding 4. Okay, padding 4, shadow, there should be a shadow on it. Okay, I can do shadow LG, a big shadow on it. So one thing I can do is to bring this down so that it can be visible. Okay, now we're done with it. We can say it this way and then write, say create digital assets or create NFT, whatever. Okay, as the upload is on, we want to show a file. Okay, we'll do file URL and okay, so here we'll do image, class name equal to rounded MT4 width. So basically what we're trying to do is here we want to display an image where the image image is a SRC or image source is the file URL, so that the image will display the image they just uploaded. Display, just make sure that you have this. Okay, this is fine, and again it's complaining that we should use image. Okay, so we do exactly what we did here to avoid the complaint. At the top here we imported image, index, so if we come back here we can import image. Yeah, import image. So we go back to index, and the way we used image, this is how we used image. So we'll copy that, come here where the complaint is on here, so I'll paste it. So now I've pasted it, I can do some things like class name with, okay, the class name, I'll comment out this one, width, and the width is 350. Okay, height, if you don't indicate height, so SRC, we've already done SRC here, so SRC will be this, so we can eliminate this. So we're good now. Alright, just look through everything to be sure. Okay, Okay, here should be create item. Create item. Okay, just to look through everything to be sure it works. So if we now go back to our browser, we reload. It should have reloaded by itself, but who cares? We reload. Now we can click on sell NFT. We click on that, or NFT. So select NFT, yeah. So it says failed to compile. There is a problem. Can't resolve React Router. There's a problem in our code. All right. Create item.js. Okay. There is a problem in our code here. So can't resolve React Router. Ways to redirect. We only use React Router to redirect in Next.js. You can use link, something called link. But before we do that, let's try and install React Router and see how that goes. So here in our command prompt, make sure you're inside your code. You can say npm install React Router, and hopefully that will. So the installation is on, and once it's done, we will try to restart our server and see whether that works. Alright, this error is because we're using React Router instead of Next Router. So if we get back to our code on create item, so create item, here we do Next Router. Okay, so once we do Next Router, we can you can see the server is compiling already. This error is as a result of another typo. Okay, so if we go back to here, we see that we imported IPFS from React instead of from IPFS-HTTP client. Okay, so that's it. We can come here and see that the server is running itself again. It's compiling again. See, when we say sell NFT, it brings us here. Now you can see that somebody can type this, fill up the description, type the price. I think this price type should be number. To avoid people typing a text. So somewhere here we have price, class name, so we can do type number. But the problem with number though is that you may not be able to type decimal. Let's see. Okay, yeah, we can type decimal, and that's amazing. And we can type letters again. Okay, so this is beautiful. One more thing on create sale function. We need to pass in the URL. I told you, but kind of forgot. Create sale URL. Okay. Because when we were calling it here, we passed in the URL. Alright, so it needs MetaMask. We'll go to MetaMask. And a user has to have their MetaMask connected and has to have Ether, some Ether, before they can make any transaction. So here, we'll go to the bottom, localhost 8545, select it. So now, good. So let's exit first. We'll go to a server, right? Here, remember that we had so many different things running. So on one occasion, we have our server. And remember when we had run npx hat node, all right? We ran npx hat node, and it started up a server for us. And this server has some public key and then some private key with 10,000 Ethereum for how many accounts? About 20 accounts. So just choose any one of them, but you copy the private key, not the public key. Then you come back to your MetaMask. So once you're in your MetaMask, make sure that localhost is selected. Make sure localhost is selected. So here you can say import account. Click here, click on import account, It's going to ask you the private key. You paste it and click import, and boom. So the importation cost us just a little edge. So at the end of the day, we have 9,999. So now let's test. Okay, asset name could be whatever NFT. So it could be Dancing Turtle. Dancing Turtle. I don't even have this yet. So this is a Dancing Turtle. Hopefully worth $1 billion in 2050. Okay, an investment for our grandchildren. So price, listing price should be, let's say 2x. Okay, because it says price in Ethereum. Okay, so it's price in ETH. So we say 2x. 2. Okay, now we have to select it. I'll click here and select an image from my system. I don't want to show you. So I've selected an image and it threw an error, and the error says cannot read property of undefined 0. Okay, so we're gonna set it out and sort it out now. Alright, this problem is as a result of a typo on line 24. On line 24 says file. Line 24 says file instead of files. This should be plural. Plural files, dot files. Okay. Okay, so now we've selected. I'm going to do the selection again and see what happens. So let's try upload. Alright, no, otherwise we have to refresh and then upload. So I'll click on upload. Right, let's start working on fixing stuff. So what we're going to do is we'll meet an error, we'll sort it out. The first one is we'll just do Dancing Turtle again, and a turtle dancing, just to test this, say 0.28, and then we'll select the turtle. You notice this error once you select the image. It's because we did not add something. It's telling us that next image hostname was not added to our next config.js. So we'll go into our code, click on next config. You will see that there is module.export. You will click here under images. You will add infura.io as a source of images. So if you're going to be uploading images from other domains, you can add it here, like your domain.com and so on. So just for security purposes, Next.js makes sure that for your app to be able to connect to an image server, that image URL must be listed here. So that's the meaning of that. So once you make that correction, save the file and you must restart your server. So Control C. If you don't restart your server, you will not see the changes. So npm run dev. We're going to see one or two more errors and we're going to fix it. Alright, so server is restarted and we're going to refresh this page shortly. So I'm refreshing. It's going to give us at least one more error. So here we'll do the same thing. Dancing turtle, whatever the spelling is, a turtle dancing. I don't really mind the spelling because I expect at least an error. So I'll click here to select. It has an interesting error. It's saying that image width must use width and height properties or layout field property. Okay, and it's pointing to this. So to fix it is simple. Go to your code, go to create-item.js, find the part of your code. Mine is on line 21. The part of your code where you added image. Look at this. In the return statement, there's an image. So what Next.js was telling us is that it's expected. I'm going to remove this, right? Next.js said it expected that width and height must be added. So that's what Next.js is telling us. Okay, so I think we handled image somewhere again. I'm just going to sort it out here so that it doesn't throw errors. So in the HTML here, so we turned off width and height. So we could let that go too. Alright. Okay, so here we'll set it up. We can now click create NFT and see what happens. Now what you notice is that it pops up MetaMask automatically. So I'm trying to open MetaMask for you. You see, with MetaMask, and it's asking me whether we want to click next. I'll be like next, connect. MetaMask is connecting to this website, and our website whatever.com/create-item, and it's throwing an error. Most probably it's a contract. Most probably class constructor contract cannot be invoked without new. Oh, oops. So on line 71 of create item, line 71. So it's asking for new, and that's a new one. So all these places it's gonna ask for the keyword new. Alright, let's just try and see. Like here, it's gonna ask for the keyword new where we are invoking a contract. Okay, so let's try now. If it works out, then I have to go to our app.js and change this to new. So if I click on create, I think ultimately I have to refresh this. I have to refresh this page to be able to create. Okay, I'm reloading now. So it's reloaded, and I'll just type dummy values so that we don't waste time. 0 to 0.2 or 0.3, whatever. So we choose it. So I've chosen an image, and I'll click at the bottom here. I'll click create NFT. So wait a few seconds, and it's gonna pop up MetaMask for us. Hope I clicked it well. Create NFT. Alright, so we have an error, okay, in our code. So if we get back to our code, everywhere in our code we are making a call to contract. We have to put the keyword new, and then we find it, and even in the 2 pages here, keyword new. So we go to app.js, okay, and do the same thing. Yeah, same thing. We look for. Okay, we're good. Index.js new. So I think that's just about it. Okay, we already did that here. Okay. Alright, so let's try again. Make sure your server is running. Okay, Control C, then npm run dev, and it's running at localhost 3000. Oh, I'm using a different version of npm, so npm use 14. Okay, npm run dev. Okay, so my server is off now. So if I refresh, the error should be gone. Okay, now we can enter, choose file. Now we've chosen the file, create NFT, and see what goes. So before we continue, if you're clicking this button and it's not clicking, you have to check what the problem is. So you right click on an empty page, click inspect element, and it opens this. Yours could open at the bottom, doesn't really matter. If it opens at the bottom, you can change it to the top, to the right if you want, by clicking these 3 dots. If you click these 3 dots, you would see that this one says left, this one says dock, like a pop-up, this one says under, and this one says right. As you can see, my right is selected because this is on the right. Okay, so go to console, and check if there are any messages in red. See, this one is in yellow, it's just a warning, but if it's in red, that means there's a problem. Now you could be seeing JSON RPC error, MetaMask JSON RPC error, something like that. So if you're seeing it, it means that you need to clear your MetaMask. Okay, cache. How to do that is you select MetaMask and then you change the network. Okay, so in this case I'll go back. So you come here, change the network, just select any random network. Of course I have to close all this. So you change the network 2-3 times, select any other test network. Alright, so basically you're trying to clear the cache, change another one. Alright, and then you get back to the local host where we were. This. Some people advise you should even close your entire browser if you see MetaMask JSON RPC error. So now we are back. We can now refresh. Note that you just have to do this only if you see the JSON RPC error, and that's because MetaMask cache is kind of lost on the job. Now another thing you can do is if the JSON RPC error continues, you need to restart your node server, your hard server. So you go to your command prompt where you are running your server. Alright, there's a place you're running your server on your command prompt, and you run npx hard node. Okay, you close it and run the node again. Alright, so and make sure that the port here matches the one on your MetaMask, 8545. Okay, so it means your node server froze. So MetaMask here, you see 8545. Okay, make sure it matches. That's in case you get any MetaMask error at any time. So let's say dancing turtle, a turtle that dances, and then we'll do 5. We'll select it. Now it's selected. Go to the bottom, click create NFT. Keep your eye here. If it goes well, you see there's a pop-up now. Okay, so the pop-up is telling me new address, whatever. This is supposed to cost this amount. So let's try confirm. And there's an error in our code. Potential cause of the error is that here that we're trying to make a sale, we're signing the transaction by the NFT market address instead of the NFT address. Okay, because we're making a call to the NFT contract here. Alright, let's just cross check that every other place the contract appears. Okay, so NFT market address. So I think we're good. Make sure you save. Alright, once you save, there's a refresh, so just keep an eye at on your command prompt. Click submit, and then MetaMask pops up. So now it's up. I have to just scroll and click submit, and then let's see what goes on. So 99.99% of errors you're going to get here on the console about MetaMask is not about your code. It's mostly because you need to reset MetaMask. MetaMask cache is having issues, so or reset your server. So now for you to clear that error, if you have it, okay, you don't forget to do 2 things. Go to your Node.js server, okay, and reset it. So Control C, run the npx hard node again. Alright, so this one resets your Node.js server, and then you restart your app. Okay, Control C, npm run dev. Okay, 99.99% of the errors in your console that will mention MetaMask will be gone. Alright, now it doesn't mean all, because sometimes you need to reset your MetaMask account. So let's try one more time. If it shows us any error, we'll reset the MetaMask account. So this is a normal process for any developer. So That's why I'm showing you all this. All right, so we'll say total, and that I'm having these errors doesn't mean you too will be having it. Yours might just work once. So 3, select image. So we selected a dancing turtle, and click create NFT. Keep your eye here. MetaMask pops up cleanly and asks us to make a transaction. We'll click confirm, and it shows this interesting message. I see transaction failed. And why did transaction fail? So while formatting outputs, most importantly, you need to take note of this error. I can't zoom it, so you have to manage. It says nonce too high. Expected nonce to be 0, but got 12. Okay, note that transaction can be queued when auto mining. Okay, you see, nonce too high. So the ultimate solution is go to your MetaMask. All right, click here, go to settings, advanced settings. Basically, we want to reset our account. Say reset account. Boom. Okay. Reset. Okay, says resetting your account will clear your transaction history. This will not change the balances in your account and require you to re-enter. Yeah. We'll say reset. Okay. So just to be sure, we'll reset. Good. So now we've reset our account. Let's try again. All right. Total. Let's say 0.5, and then we'll choose an image, dancing total, and then I'll click on create NFT. I've run it one more time and it showed me an error, and that error says NFT, this create market item is not a function. So I'm going to fix it, then I tell you how to fix the previous error. So here on line 94, according to the error says 94, so you should fix this. Okay, line 94 here, these things should be, this arrow shouldn't be, this bracket shouldn't be there. So everything you see here should be inside the bracket, and we need only one bracket. Okay, like this. So these are parameters inside this function. Okay, we're passing the parameters, and every other thing should be okay. So just know that it's a very normal thing that you write code and you have to run many times till it finally gets through. So let's run this now. So I've run it and it went through. So we just need to fix another typo, but as you can see, MetaMask is saying okay. So here this typo is in index.js at line 44, line 43. We didn't spell the NFT as well. So if we go to index.js, line 40, line 43, okay, set NFTs, because here we called it set NFTs. It's not in the code actually, it's in the HTML, the image. It's saying that image must have width and height. So to do that, we have to go to where we had an image, and then this width and height, we highlight and comment them out. Okay, so this is happening in index.js. We've already done that before in create item. Okay. So you see it's refreshing, and boom, it's working well now. So if you look at this page, let me close this console. I'm closing this. So how to close it is this, right? This X sign here. So if you look at it now, you see that the first one we ran has uploaded. So I'm going to upload another one so you see. So click on sell NFT, and here we enter a value. We can say laughing or hard disk. Hard disk, okay. Hard disk, fine. Image, okay. So do an image of a hard disk. Okay, the spelling doesn't really matter. How much is it? Let's say our image goes for 3 Ethereum. So we select the image. I can't remember where I had the image of the hard disk. Or with dark blue. Whatever, I can choose this. Okay, just for testing purpose, click OK. Now it's here. I will click Create NFT. Now on the right part, keep your eye on the right part. It will bring up the MetaMask. So you see, it has brought up the picture. So I'll click Create NFT, and MetaMask is up, saying the transaction fee is 0.25 Ethereum. So let me drag it down so you can see. So this is MetaMask. Now, one thing you notice is that I have this field which you don't have, but let me make the transaction first, then I'll show you how I added this field. This is called nonce. Nonce is like every transaction from this platform should always have a number. So if this is the 6th transaction I'm making on this connection. So if I try to upload another image, this nonce will change to 7. Alright, sometimes MetaMask should automatically calculate this nonce, but sometimes you just get an error. Alright, just trying to calculate the nonce, you get an error telling you that nonce is too high or something. So one way to solve that error is to set MetaMask to be giving you this option, so that you set the nonce by yourself. The good thing is that it tells you what the number should be. So if I click here and I click 6, I type 6, it has already told me it's 6. I could see it there. Click confirm. And once it confirms it, this page will reload. You see, reload, and now we are at the home page. You see. So our site worked well, redirected. Now I have to show you how I got the nonce. The first things first. Let's close this interface. Go to MetaMask so that you can set the nonce to be custom. Okay, for the purpose of this practice. But if you're using live Ethereum, it shouldn't. Now, before I forget, make sure that you're connected. Alright? Make sure that you're connected. And every time you restart your server, your hard hat server, every time you restart your hard hat, I'm looking for it here. This is my hard hat server. You have to add, this is not the server, is this the server? You have to get one of the Ethereum addresses it prints for you. Okay, look at it now. So every time you restart the node server, it gives you Ethereum addresses with 10,000 ETH each. So if you have to restart it, you have to copy the Ethereum address and come and add it again in your MetaMask. Okay, so to add it, you know how to add it. I've already shown you before. You click on here, and then you click on import account. Then you copy the private key. Look at the private key, the one at the bottom. Okay, this is normal address, this is private key. So of any of them, copy the private key of any of them and paste here and click OK. So that's the first step every time you start your account. Then you make sure that it's connected. So you click here to make a connection. If you click here, it's going to show you all the addresses you've ever added. But the one you're going to connect is the highest one, the one at the top, which is the one you just added, its private key. Okay, so now about nonce, click here. And then click settings. Okay, so once you click settings, it shows you advanced settings. We've been here before, but this time around we're looking for nonce. You click advanced settings, you go down where it says customize transaction nonce. You click on. Once you set it on, that's it. You don't need to do any other thing. Every time you are making a transaction, it will always give you option to choose your own nonce, and this happens only if you are facing the nonce error. Okay, now if you are getting weird errors, as long as it has to do with MetaMask, what you have to do is reset your MetaMask. Okay, once you reset, you go to settings. I know why I'm taking time to explain these things, because this part could frustrate you. So first of all, you reset your MetaMask, go to settings, go to advanced, and then you reset your account. Once you reset it, you come and restart your hard hat server. Come to your command prompt, restart your hard hat server. Okay, once you restart the hard hat server, you come to the second command prompt and redeploy your hard-hat npx hard-hat redeploy. Okay, if you're wondering how to restart a server, just the npx hard-hat node. That's the command to run, npx hard-hat node. So that's so once you restart your server, you go to your code. Every time you redeploy once you restart your server, you redeploy your smart contracts. It will give you the address for the two of them. Look at this, NFT market deploy to. It has given me the address, NFT deploy to, giving me the address. You copy the two address, come to your config.js. Where is it? Config.js, and paste it here. So the new address of the deployment will be here. You know, this is a testing environment. If it was production live, this address will never change. Okay, because once we deploy to the live Ethereum network, these addresses will never change. Okay, but since we are just restarting our node server from our system, it changes. So every time you redeploy, you have to change this. Okay, once you change this, you go to your third command prompt and run npm run dev to run your Next.js app. Once you do that, you can try making the payment again and it will work. Okay, I'm saying this for those who will most likely run into errors at this stage. So let's go ahead and finish up this tutorial. Upload unlimited number of NFTs, as you can see. Alright, so you just go to sell and then you type the name of the NFT. Okay, I can suggest another NFT. And then you say description, NFT description. And then you say the amount, let's say 5 ETH. And then you select the image. So any image would work. Okay, like this is an NFT. I'll click upload. It's gonna show up here, and then here I'll click upload. So create NFT, and then my MetaMask pops up. I want to show you something. So here I'll put the nonce, as you can see, nonce 9, and then once I've entered it, I can click just wait a little, then I'll click make payment. You see transaction 9 confirmed. So what are you saying here? This is 0.025. That's the listing price we entered in our smart contract. So it has picked up the listing price. Okay, so you put 10 and then hit enter. I hope I clicked enter. And boom, it has your app redirect. Look at transaction 10 and then boom. See, it has appeared. So that's it, guys. Let's create another file so that we can list NFTs. Okay, so we're not going to write much code. We'll just copy and paste because most of the code we want to write will look like these other ones. So in case you want to see what this page looks like, look at it here in full. So we are going to link this file. So we'll go to pages, all right, right click and new file, call it my assets.js. My assets.js is going to look almost exactly like create item. At the top here, we're going to copy everything we have here at the top, copy, and then come to my assets.js, paste. So here I'll close this at the bottom. Alright, to render, and then open and close. Okay, now we're going to cross-check that everything we have, we're using them. So use state, I doubt we need that. So we're working with use effect. So use state, remove that. So we're working with ethers, and we don't need IPFS here, IPFS here. Do we need next router? I don't think so. I don't think we need router here. A router just helps us redirect, so if we ever need it, we'll come back here. So we need use state and use effect from, we need Web3 model, we need Axios. Okay, so let's start with Axios. Import Axios from Axios. Okay, the next thing we need is import use effect, use state. Oops. So we're importing use effect and use state from React. Okay. Use effect, use state from React. Import Axios, import Web3 model. Okay. Now we're done. We don't need this. So we import the config file. Yes, definitely. We import the two smart contracts. Yes, definitely. And all these other ones. We may need image. Okay. Render. Etherscan provider. Nope. So I think we need image there. Okay, now we're good. So here we're going to call it my assets. All right. My assets. Okay. Export default function my assets. So let's define some core variables that we need. All right. Some core variables that we need. Number one is const NFTs. So basically, this is going to look very similar to what we had before. So I think what I will do is pause this video and type it all out. All right, and then restart NFTs equal to use state. So but before I do that, I hope you understand what we're trying to do here. We want to list all the NFTs that belong to this viewer. Alright, that's just what we want to do. So const loading state set loading state equal to use state. Oops, use state dot use state not loaded, not dash loaded. Okay, so I'm gonna pause this video and then I will type out the rest and then we'll come back and then I'll explain. Alright, so let's look at it. Alright, and my assets.js. So I'll start from the beginning so you can write it. Okay, so import. So you can pause the video so you can type it out, and the link to this code will be below. Alright, so I just want to scroll through this page so you can type it out. So I'll start explaining from here. So first of all, we're going to comment this out. We'll use that later. So from here, we did default asset. We set as usual. We set up the variables that we need, and then of course we use effect to load this this function so that once the page loads, this function will run. All right. So what's inside the function? We make our usual connection. I'll fix this, but we'll make a usual connection to the blockchain. All right, and they get a signer via MetaMask, and then here we connect to the smart contract, and then we'll connect to this function inside the smart contract. Okay, fetch my NFT, so that we can fetch this user's NFTs. We'll save it inside data. Okay, now we use a mapping. All right, to map through everything just like before, and then finally we save it inside this function, okay, so that we can have access to it inside the HTML. So in the HTML, we're just displaying an image. All right, we do a map to look through each item, and we display the image of the item and then the price in ETH. So I'll do ETH, and then that's just it. All right, nothing much. We could add other things here, but this is just what it is. So if we now go to our platform, we can check my NFT. Okay, so if we click my NFT and we'll check whether we have a problem. So it's saying module not found because there is a problem here, market.sol instead of NFT market. So if we go there, that's on line 11. If we go there instead of market.sol NFT, Okay, so it refreshes by itself. So we'll solve this other one. So it says that async function Web3 model is not defined. Yes, so that was one thing I wanted to fix earlier. Web3 model, we did not import Web3 model. So here it was complaining earlier. So let's fix it. This is how you deploy live on mainnet, but here we're just going to do it just like this. Web3 model. Okay, we're good. So if we come here and refresh, you see, works well because it says no assets owned. How did we come to that? Because here in the HTML, we're checking if the loading state is loaded, and if not, we display no asset owned. If it's loaded and there are no NFTs, okay, that's how we check. And it is loaded only when the connection to the database, to the smart contract has been made. So basically that is. So the last one we're going to do is to build a dashboard. We don't have anything on the dashboard now, but we just have to create a file, and just like before, very similar to before. So we'll go to the pages and simply create a file we're going to call creator dashboard. So creator dashboard.js, and then just like the other files, we import all the necessary imports, Web3 model, and then the smart contracts, we have to import them. Okay, so we'll go here in the other file. So from here, I think I'll start from here, import everything, create a dashboard, just like this. Okay, this is perfect the way it is. Okay, now we're going to call this creator dashboard. Creator, or we'll call it dashboard. Alright. So creator dashboard. So, but instead of rewriting all the code we have there, I'm just going to paste the code and I'll explain it. Okay, if you need access to the whole code, it's in the GitHub link below, alright, and the description section. So we'll do all this. Basically, we'll make a connection to the database, alright, as usual here. So I'll disable this, I'll comment out this, okay, because we're not going live yet, so I'll comment out this. Okay, and we'll make a connection to the two smart contracts, and I will make sure that this is NFT. How do I know? Because this is the name of the NFT folder under contracts. Okay, so we connect to our smart contracts, and then we connect to this fetch items created. So we're fetching a list of all created items. Okay, then we use the same mapping, alright, to get all of them and load them up in an array. Okay, and then we pass the array down to the view. Okay, so here we set loaded, and as usual, if there are no items, we display no assets created. Otherwise, we display the list of assets. And one thing we should make sure is that we are not using normal image. We have to use the image method for Next.js. This is it. So copy this, and then go to creator dashboard here. I'll paste it under. And then I'll copy the src, paste, class name, make sure it's rounded, and I think that's it. For now. So now this image is not imported, so at the top we have to import it. We'll say import image from next image, and that solves our problem. And pretty much. So if we go to app.js here, we see that we are linking to creator dashboard. You see href creator dashboard, and we've already created the file. So which means we can go to our browser now to test. So our browser, we'll do dashboard. You see items created. So this is showing me my items. One thing you will notice is that the image sizes are very big, and I can reduce that. Instead of 350, I can do 250. Instead of 500, I can do 300. And we can come here and you see they are now better sized. But one thing is that the width is no longer matching. So which we could also work on. For instance, the width of the stuff. So, but I think 500 would be okay for the width. Oops. Just play around. I don't want to go all the way around and round. I'm looking for the perfect width. All right. So that's it. How to build your. So if you're wondering whether the user is logged in, how do you know whether the user is logged in or not? Because if they want to do anything, it has to request for MetaMask. Once you open this site, it requests for your access to MetaMask. Now you could write some more codes. Okay, look at all the NFTs for sale on the homepage. You could write some more codes. For instance, when somebody clicks homepage, alright, it should be bold. You could write code for that. If somebody clicks sell NFT, it should be bold, and dashboard, it should be bold. Another thing is you could have a login logout here. Basically, disconnect and connect to MetaMask. You Google how to do that with Web3, how to disconnect and connect to MetaMask. And what else? You could add views for each of them. If I click buy NFT now, okay, it's good that I'm seeing this error here because some people may have seen it. Token ID is not defined. Okay. NFT on here. This is supposed to be NFT.itemID. So this is supposed to be item ID. All right. Item ID like this. NFT.itemID. So that's the cause of the error on index.ejs line 60. So just to test that is working well, click on home, and now we could click on buy NFT, and complains about something. Say that this is not a function. That means there's another typo. Let's fix it. Reason for the error is the spelling. There's a wrong spelling. This is supposed to be market, but it was like market. Create market sale. Okay, so that's the issue. We'll come back and we'll try something, and one last error we have to fix. Alright, so in index.js there's a code we corrected before when we said NFT on line 60, the line that says make the sale, NFT.itemID. If you look at this function, you see that it passes NFT. The parameter there is NFT, and what do we have as NFT there? We're calling the function in the HTML at the bottom here when somebody clicks buy NFT. So we call the function and pass in the details of the NFT. And how did we get these details? Because we got it from the top here, and basically it says token ID and not item ID. So token ID. So finally, our app works exactly the way we want. There could be a number of tweaks that you can do on this app to make it look the way you want, but this way it works perfectly well. Okay, you can see all the NFTs. You can sell NFT. You can see the list of your NFTs. As long as you're connected to your MetaMask, you're logged in. Okay, you don't need a special login button here. Once people load this website, it will prompt them to. The MetaMask will prompt them to connect. That connection is the login. So this connection here is the login, alright? And then you can just write extra code to display the login and logout, which just basically disconnects them from the MetaMask. Okay, just Google how to do that. All right. Now we're good. If you click dashboard, you'll see the NFTs you bought. These are items created. You can see them. And these are items that I have bought. So I bought only one NFT. Now, another thing you can do is to make sure that the person that listed the NFT cannot buy it. Okay. Alright, so before a purchase is made, you want to cross-check that the owner is not the seller. These are tiny little tweaks you can do. But for now, let's go and get some. We want to deploy this to the Matic testnet. Okay, so let's deploy Matic. Matic is built on Ethereum, so let's get we need some Matic test coins. So to do that, we'll do Matic faucet. Hit enter, and then you see Matic dot supply. Okay, so that's how we get Matic faucet. That's like the currency we're going to use. All right, so we'll look for Matic faucet, faucet.matic.com. I can't find it, so I type it directly on the. So faucet.matic.network. Okay, so it has opened faucet.matic.network, and that kind of redirects you to the Polygon faucet. So generally, we're trying to get some Matic tokens, but it's like not real tokens, but test tokens. So we can use it to deploy our platform to Matic testnet. All right. So now Matic works with Polygon, so that's why it took us to Polygon faucet. All right. Remember when we had Polygon Mumbai, and we found out that it was built on top of Goerli testnet. All right. So we're good. Before we do that, we need to import the Mumbai testnet into our MetaMask. Okay. To do that, we go back how we did that before. We go back to a new and type for Mumbai polygonscan.com. No, Mumbai testnet. So supposed to take us to Polygon Mumbai testnet. So the link we're looking for is polygon.technology. So polygon.technology. Okay, so we've been here before, and all we did was we went to documentation. All right, developer. Click on developer without selecting any of this. Proof of chain. And in the documentation, remember at the beginning of this tutorial, we went to network details, we went to network, and then we saw the Mumbai testnet, and it has these RPCs. So I just need to copy this. All right, we're trying to deploy a project now to the testnet. Okay, look at this. Gas token, Matic token, you see? So to deploy to Polygon Mumbai testnet, we need Matic tokens, all right? So we'll keep our eye here so that we can enter it. So in MetaMask, we'll click on this. You see, we are still in localhost because we're running our Hardhat local server. Okay, but if we click here at the bottom, you see add network. All right. So it opens MetaMask in a large screen like this. So we start adding. We'll say network name. I'll call it Mumbai testnet. Mumbai testnet. Okay. RPC URL, what we just copied, the URL we just copied. Chain ID, I have it offhand, but it's good that we check. So chain ID is 8000, look at it here. And then chain ID 8001. Okay. Currency symbol, I'll call it Matic. Just like they had here. Matic. Okay, I think I should leave it in capitals. Matic, okay. All right. So this is optional. We're gonna leave that, and then save. Could not fetch chain ID. Is your RPC URL correct? Yes, it is. just like before, you can always try something else. They gave us 4 URLs, and we could try this other one, RPC URL, and click save, and that goes through. Okay, now we have 0 Matic, and we can actually return to the Matic, to this place, and then get some Matic token. Okay, test Matic tokens. So just click on MetaMask just to be sure that, make sure that you're now on Mumbai testnet. Okay, and we have 0 Matic. Click here to copy your address. So give you a new address. Alright, so you come to the Polygon, faucet.polygon.technology, and click here and paste. So it wants to set text and images. Yes, allow. That's my browser. And just out of curiosity, see all the types of tests you can get. Okay. Alright, so click submit, and if you keep an eye here, it's going to add some Matic to us. Alright, so it's submitting. Now it has submitted amount. It has sent 1 Matic to us, which is okay, confirm, request in progress, and it says transfer is on the way, will be ready in 1 to 2 minutes, and let's check. Alright, so you see, I got 0.5 Matic. Now what I want to let you know here is that it took more than 1 to 2 minutes. Okay, it took about 5 minutes, and I had to try it twice. Alright, so in case yours took time to arrive, just know that mine took much longer. Alright, now we're ready. We'll have some Matic for deployment, and another thing is that you can try this as many times as you want. Just each time you refresh the page, you send this and you get more coins. Okay, just send this and then boom, you get more coins. Why can't I get? Because it prevents me from doing that for the next 14 seconds. Alright, so now we are ready to deploy. The main change we need to make to be able to deploy our platform or our source code, our smart contracts, to the testnet is to come here. Here, if you scroll down, you see config.js. See that we have entered Mumbai. We've entered Mumbai here when we were building this. So it's time for us to, when we're deploying our platform, we just specify Mumbai instead of localhost. Okay, remember in when we're deploying our smart contracts. Okay, here, if I click up arrow, see npx had run network localhost. So here we're supposed to specify Mumbai. Alright, this will fail. Let's change this first. This will fail if the account you're trying to send used for the deployment. Let's do Mumbai first. Okay, so if we come back here, we'll see that this private key here, we have to make sure that it has some Matic. Okay, so private key, it's in .secret. Okay, if you then go to the .secret file, you see that we have a private key here. This is a private key to a test account. Okay, remember that there are so many test accounts. So like when we run our node server, our hard server, we'll see so many test accounts. So this is just a private key for one of these. Just copy and make sure that this key has been imported into your MetaMask. Alright, make sure that you've imported into your MetaMask. Remember how to import. You click here, import account, then you copy the private key. So after which you can then select it. Okay, so remember that it's okay to make some mistakes here and see some errors. It's perfectly fine. Okay. Alright, now we have to attempt to deploy. I'll click here and make sure that this is Mumbai and hit enter. So npx had run Mumbai. Now if the account that has this private key does not have enough, if the account that has this private key, if it doesn't have enough Matic, this deployment will fail. So we'll have to go over it again and then add some Matic to get an account that has a Matic. Alright, so here it said insufficient funds for interesting transactions. So we have to get an account that has some Matic, or get the private key to this account. Instantly, Matic has cleared, so I'll just run through the process again, get some Matic, and then we're going to copy the private key. So if you come here on MetaMask, alright, and then you click this, and then you click account details, then you see export private key. If you click here, ask for your MetaMask password, confirm, shows me the private key. This is what I'm looking for, so I'll copy. Alright, and then click done. I'll still send the Matic to it. Okay, keep it open so I can see. So this will send Matic to this. So now we can go to .secret file here and paste it, save. Alright, so we now have a private key to an account that has Matic. So but we have to wait for 1 to 2 minutes for the Matic to come, and then we're ready to go. So great, our Matic has arrived, 0.5 Matic. I think it costs about 0.2 to 0.3 Matic to deploy. So each deployment. So now it's time to deploy. Up arrow, npx header run -- network Mumbai script deploy. Hit enter, and let's see. It's running. It's gonna take a few seconds. This is one of the most beautiful things to ever happen, and that is it has deployed successfully. Now we have the correct NFT, the correct address, alright, to where it is deployed on Mumbai testnet. Alright, we can view this on Etherscan. Not Etherscan, yeah, we can view it on Etherscan and Mumbai Polyscan. Now this has deployed. We need these two addresses, but we'll come back and copy it. What I want to show you is that there's now a JSON RPC error somewhere in our code. So here, if you see, this is our normal code, alright, our website, our NFT marketplace. So if you right click here, inspect elements, one thing you will notice is that if you click console, see that there's now a MetaMask RPC error. Okay, so how do you resolve it? It's no longer seeing the RPC, so the place we're using it is in HTTP. We're in pages index, and there's a place here where we are making a call to JSON RPC provider. Okay, since we're using localhost and hard hat on our system, we didn't need to specify a URL, but now we need to, because we have deployed to the mainnet. So to do that, we go back to the Polyscan where we saw the RPC here. Here, this is the RPC we look for on Polyscan. Okay, hope you remember this place. Okay, we came from Google. We came from Polygon.technology, and we scroll down to Polygon POS. After clicking on developer, that's how we got there, and then it brought us to this place. We clicked on testnet. That's how we arrived here, and this is the RPC we used. So we'll copy this RPC, get back to our code, insert. Okay, insert, and we're good. So the last thing we have to do is to go to config.js and enter these values, okay, because this is the addresses of our new contract, the location where it was deployed. So we'll go to config.js. Here in config.js, I've already added some what do you call it now? Some comments for you so that you don't forget how to deploy. Okay, this is how to deploy to local. Just for Mumbai testnet, you put it here, and for this is how to run your server. Okay, so I'm going to paste this here, and then I'll copy. So this is NFT market address. So copy X NFT market address, paste, and then deploy to copy, and double click, paste, and we're good. Good, save. All right. If we come back to our platform here, and we need to refresh and check if there are still errors. And now it's going to pop up MetaMask again, asking us to reconnect to the main, to testnet. So no items in marketplace, NFT. So have you ever wondered why it's saying no items? The core reason is because we have deployed to a different blockchain now. We're no longer using hard hats on our server. Since we have deployed to a different blockchain, we now have to, all the things we uploaded before has disappeared. It's like switching from one database to another. Alright, so now if we want to upload anything, we can now do it here. Something I want you to take note of, every now and then your Matic disappears. So if I click here now, I remember that we did some transaction which is to deploy to testnet. See, our Matic has disappeared, so feel free to always send yourself some Matic. Alright, it's just some issue with the whole Matic thing, just keeps disappearing. Probably they'll fix it someday, or maybe there's a special reason why it disappears that I don't know yet. So I will confirm, and then 1 to 2 minutes later we'll get some more Matic. Okay, our Matic is still 0. Alright, so you've seen that we don't have any other RPC errors in our console, which means we are clean and good to go. Here's another thing about RPCs. Network. Once you get, if you try to upload, create new NFT, and you get a network error, just know that this is not the Polygon is not the only place you could get RPCs. If you get to your index pages, okay, index here, we got this from Polygon. All right. Remember that we can also get from Infura because we synced our Polygon with Infura. So this is Infura. Remember Infura.io, where we synced Polygon. So we can also use Infura, what do you call it, RPCs. Make sure it's set to Polygon Mumbai. So this can also be our RPC. Okay. So if we copy it, we can also use it here. So you know this is public, right? Many people are using it, so it could be overloaded from time to time and will cause your app to throw errors. But Infura is more trustworthy, much more trustworthy and stable. So you could use Infura and you'll still be fine. All right. Let's try creating a new total description NFT. Okay, that's dancing. Okay, and then how much? We're going to choose a very low edge. I'll do 0.2, and let's choose the total, dancing total. Now, one challenge we could have is that we don't have enough Matic. Alright, so let's confirm that we have some Matic. That's 0. We have to go get some Matic. So for some weird reason, no matter how many times you try, you have to still keep requesting new Matic. Okay, so I've requested Matic just to confirm that we're on the same account. So I'll copy and then request Matic, confirm. Okay, I'll just pause this video until my new Matic arrives, and then we'll try and create, submit this total NFT and see whether it will host on Matic blockchain. 0.5 Matic. I don't know whether it's enough, but let's try create NFT, and of course it pops up this, and this is MetaMask that is popped up. Okay, so I have to drag it to the center of the screen so you can see. It says custom nonce 95, so we're going to enter 95 here. Remember we set it to always tell us the custom nonce 95. Click confirm, and wait. Okay, we're good. 96. Transaction 95 confirmed. You see, went through. So 96, and see our listing price of 0.025. You see, our transactions are very easily getting confirmed, and very, very easily getting confirmed. So usually you just have to wait a few seconds and it will reflect. Okay, so any transaction will do works perfectly well. See, transaction 97 confirmed, and I told you that if you just wait a few seconds, it will reflect here. I did multiple transactions too, so after a few seconds it will reflect. Okay, so I can still send new upload again, and we're good. Now let me close this place. Close. So our transactions get confirmed, and now we have, for the first time ever, our NFT is hosted on testnet. Alright, on Mumbai testnet. Remember that if you wanted to host this live on the blockchain, alright, you have to use from here, where is it? Polygon, here. Instead of using the details of Mumbai testnet, if you want it to be live, alright, you go to Polygon and then you use these numbers, okay? And these RPCs are the ones that you will use, alright? Or you come to Infura, and make sure you open the project, go to project settings at the top. Infura changes their designs all the time, so just find a way to go to project settings, and then make sure you select a Polygon mainnet. Okay, Polygon mainnet. So this is the RPC to use to deploy to the mainnet. Alright, and if you want to run the deployment, it's on your config.js for mainnet. If you go to config.js, not config but hard config. So here, this is for Mumbai and this is for mainnet. Alright, so when you're running your deployment here, you have to use mainnet. So that's it, ladies and gentlemen. Now all we have hosted there is our blockchain. We have our blockchain hosted there. Now if you want to host your actual node, Next.js platform, it's use a normal hosting, alright, any normal hosting or React hosting, but the one I'll recommend is this. It's this powerful hosting. The link is in the description section below, just below this video. Check and you will get it, and they have really amazing, wonderful offers. Just if you want to test something, 2.99 per month, that's amazing. If you just want to do some testing, and if you want to get really serious, they have really dedicated hosting, VPS, special WordPress hosting. So basically you need your Node.js platform, your Next.js design hosted somewhere, and our blockchain, our smart contracts have already been pushed to the testnet or mainnet. Alright. Also for deployment to mainnet, alright, remember that you have to add the mainnet here. So you have to come to networks and click on add network, and then you have to go to this place in Polygon, select Polygon mainnet and enter 137 with one of the RPCs. So you can change that RPC, or you go to Infura, get the one in Infura, look at Infura, and make sure it's selected mainnet, and then you copy the RPC. You come here and say this, and then 137. If this number is wrong, it will tell you Polygon mainnet. Okay, so currency symbol optional, Matic. Okay, and then click save. Malicious network, and that went straight. So now we need to buy Matic tokens, and actual Matic tokens. You can go to any exchange and buy it. I think it's on Binance. Just go to Binance and buy it. So one way to find out is go to CoinMarketCap, and we search for Matic, and then we can see the exchanges that have it. So go to CoinMarketCap and search for Matic. See Polygon Matic, you see? Click on that. And in case you don't know, this coin is very promising. So the market cap is $14 billion. Alright, really nice looking coin. Performing badly as at this moment, but remember that it is 2.02 at this time, so I think it's a really good coin because people will keep using it as time goes. Alright, now you see that it's on Binance Smart Chain. Is it Binance? No, it's on Ethereum. Okay, it's on Ethereum, and yeah, you can buy it from Binance, you can buy it from Coinbase and KuCoin and FTX. So these are the markets where you can buy it, and then I think there is more. You could buy it in way more places. Oh geez, it's everywhere. Alright, BitHome, Kraken, okay, Binance US, KuCoin, and you can buy it everywhere. Alright, so you use your Ethereum tokens to buy it. Alright, and most exchanges will afford you the opportunity to buy it using any other thing. Alright, I think we've come to the end of this tutorial. It was a very long journey, and I hope you really enjoyed it and you learned a whole lot. If you want the source code, I'm going to put them in the link below, and I'll put a whole bunch of links for you to get access to a whole lot of other resources, including my WhatsApp, so that if you want to chat me up personally for blockchain development, joining your team, leading your team and stuff, it will be there, my personal WhatsApp number. Alright, thank you very much. See you guys. And of course, make sure you subscribe to this channel. Alright guys, before we continue, I just want to let you know that if you are looking for already made scripts instead of writing this whole thing by yourself, we have already written scripts and a website completely built platforms for launching your own cryptocurrency in minutes. Okay, so you download our script, you buy a domain name and the hosting, and you upload it there and you're ready. Alright, everything is already working perfectly. So I'm just gonna quickly show you one of the scripts we have. The rest you can get them in the link below. Alright, there's a link below, even plugins for your WordPress platforms and mobile apps for your crypto platforms. We've done all that for you. So if you want to launch your own cryptocurrency right away, just use the link below and you will get this. So we have this one I'm going to show you has an admin demo. There's a customer demo for your customers to come and buy your tokens. Alright, and then there's a website where they will see details of your token before buying it. Okay, so and of course you can test out the demo and be sure before you buy, but follow the link below and get it. So I'm going to quickly show you through this. The first one is the landing page where your customers land and then they see that you're selling your token. So everything already done. So the name of your token already done, everything. Okay, how many days, minutes, hours remaining for you to sell, the page, token team, details, blog, contact page. They can log in or register or read your white paper. Alright, and the whole page already set up. You just have to edit these numbers and set it to yours, change these write-ups. Okay, so once they click login or register, they land on the customer demo page, and then there's an admin page. So let me show you through the admin page. So look at the admin dashboard. Everything here, there is KYC. Users can upload their international passport, their driver's license for identity purpose, so that you can be in compliance with the laws of many countries. There is a two-factor authentication. Alright, you can lodge your ICO, do some settings, website settings. There's referral program, so that once your ICO launches, people can refer their friends and gain more of your coins and tokens. There's a mailing list settings, multiple payment methods, so many different, even credit card. Okay, and then there's an API for this that you can use for your mobile apps. I told you there are mobile apps and a whole lot of things. There you can use multiple languages, so you can launch your token in many different countries at the same time. Now you can monitor transactions and how many Ethereum has been spent in your platform and a whole lot of things. You can monitor them, and total number of users. Okay, how many users came last week and signed up, amount collected. Okay, this is 5 point something million. You can see everything here. How many in Litecoin? You can use so many different cryptocurrencies. You can accept so many cryptocurrencies as payment methods. Okay, then you can accept fiat, which is your regular USD. People can pay you using USD, Euro, or GBP. Okay, everything done here, everything already working perfectly. Okay, you don't need to hire a developer. Now, if you don't know how to host your own website, then you can hire a developer or reach out to me. I'll put my WhatsApp number in the description section below. Just click on it and then reach out on WhatsApp. Once you have got this script, make sure you already have this script. Okay, everything you have got it and you have it ready, then I can set it up for you. Okay, so let's get back to what we were doing. So don't forget to like, subscribe, and turn on notifications on this channel.